morning, everybody. I will call meeting to order. It's here. All right. Today the 15th. Okay, good morning and welcome to the October 15th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world to continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I'd like to remind those who are attending through video conferencing of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off, and when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. Some delegations may be attending the meeting today by teleconference to address the committee on various items on the agenda. Also, the deadline to register as a delegation for reports recommended for consideration by City Council at its meeting scheduled for October 22nd is 12 p.m. on Monday, October 20th. Okay. Can I have, can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustment? Add registered list of delegations. Mayor Bashinsky?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Could I also add to the agenda a resolution for private session?
Okay, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I will call the question with those adjustments. Anybody opposed? I see no one. Okay, carried. Okay. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of October 1st, 2025 Executive Committee meeting? Oh, Councillor Burton. Any errors or omissions? I will call the question. Any opposed? Okay, carried. Okay. We will now consider item EX 25-92, 2026 Council and Committee Meeting Calendar. I will ask the acting city clerk to please introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This report is brought forward on an annual basis to set the meeting calendar for the annual meeting calendar. So for in this case, it's for 2026. The recommendation is status quo with a few adjustments. One is there are no meetings scheduled in January due to upgrades that need to be made in Henry Baker Hall in January. So there'll be there's no meetings on the scheduled for the month of January. In addition, we have also added the mini preliminary budget meetings to happen in the months of July and August. So with that being said, I am happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Okay. All right, no questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Burton.
To the chair. I was noticing that the budget deliberations are in late December. And I was just looking for the administration's thoughts about that. It does start butting up close to Christmas. And just as a general guideline for the future, a little bit of distance between Christmas and I would deem quite important discussions might be a good thing, that people, employees of the city of Regina, the executive, various directors, council, that there's many things that go on. So I was looking for some thoughts on why we do have it that close to the Christmas period and why we might not move it out a week earlier to maintain that separation that to me is good for all levels of city and people that might have concerns as well that may want to present as a delegation.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, this has been the schedule that has just what's been put forward on an annual basis. If members of council wish to move the budget dates back by a week, a member can move a amendment in that regard, and we would be happy to adjust the schedule as such. It would just cause a ripple effect just to push all the meetings back by a week, but that wouldn't be an issue. I would ask if the city manager has anything or the CFO has anything to add, if there's a preference from them in that retrospect, if they'd wish for it to remain.
Yeah. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, and through the chair. So we have discussed this internally as a team with same idea you just put forth. It does sort of tighten us in to the end of the fiscal year. We can, if it's a week, we can look at doing that. We just need some lead time because we have to, so our colleagues that are coming today with their budget submissions, everything would get pushed back. But if we wanted to do it a week for 2026, we could probably make that happen. And then if council wanted to signal that they wanted it even earlier for 2027, we'd have to start the work now for 2027. So we can talk to all of our partners, make sure that it lines up with their boards and all that other fun stuff.
Oh, Councillor Burton, anything else?
No, yes, my intention would not be to move it any further earlier in the year. It is my biggest concern is getting close to that Christmas period as a lot of stuff happens. People start leaving, their mind is elsewhere, and I would have no intention of doing that. So
Okay.
can I introduce a motion to move it 2 weeks in front or do it, wait for?
Okay. Well, I think we should move the report and then we can make the amendment. No?
Can I speak?
Okay, sorry. All right, go ahead. How do there.
Through you, Chair. So Councillor Burton, if you are willing to move the motion, you can move it with the amendment that you wish to put forward, and we'll just make that the main motion.
Okay. Okay. Just, I guess I'll ask you to move your motion.
You betcha. Okay, so I will move the main motion with an amendment that in 2026, that the budget deliberations be 2 full weeks before Christmas, and that on an ongoing basis, that be the scheduled period for budget deliberations for the city council.
Yes. Yep. Right. Anybody else would like to speak on this motion? No? Okay, I see nobody. Oh, sorry. Mayor Bashinsky?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just on the comment about on an ongoing basis, I think this is still approved on an annual basis. So I would ask for amendment just to say for 2026. I think it would be fair to everybody to say, like, see how that goes, both for council and admin. So I don't like the narrative of like what's going to be ongoing that's the case. I think I'd rather say for the amendment just to be very clear that for 2026 just like at this point, we're saying for 2026, the original proposal for that, 15th, 16th, 17th. So you're saying to move it 2 weeks up to the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, is that correct?
So
Or 2 weeks before Christmas, okay, sorry.
Yes, it would be the 8th, 9th,
9th,
10th,
10th. Okay.
11th would be the period. And I would definitely be willing to soften my language to say that the guidelines would reflect that, and still, I still would want to provide flexibility for the administration and for the city's clerk's office to do so.
Okay.
Okay.
So through the chair, I have no, if administration is okay with the week before what's proposed here, I don't have any concerns being this far in advance, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clerk has some comments on this?
Through your chair, so yes, Councillor Burton, if you're willing to make that friendly amendment to your motion as the mayor has requested, usually what happens is how the schedule gets approved, we will bring that back as a status quo version for the following year. And then that gives the members an opportunity at that time to have a debate if they wish to continue to do what you've proposed for the following year, if they wish to make some changes, so.
That's fine.
Okay. So, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Yeah. Mayor, any further questions?
No, like I said, I'll just double check one more time with admin. So we're talking about the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th of December in 2026. Any concerns moving it 1 week ahead of where it is right now, given this far in advance?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Mayor. Yeah, no concerns for that timeline in 2026.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak on this? No, nobody. Councillor Burton, do you wish to close debate?
Yeah, nothing more to say. It's important to me that vacation time is available for all members of the workforce at City Hall and for delegations that may wish to present. And I think this is just a good way to move.
Okay, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
All the time.
Okay, so. Oh. She can't vote. Amber.
That's right. Through you, Chair, the motion is carried unanimously.
I'd like, so this will be delegations for, I guess, EX 25-93, Housing Accelerator Fund. I'd like to call upon delegation Hope Anderson and Tanisha Eaglechild, North Central Strong, Regina, Saskatchewan. Please, okay. I'll wait till they sit down. Good morning. Hey, so I'll just have you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of the executive committee may have for you. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Hope Henderson. I am a member of North Central Strong, and I come from the city of Regina. We thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and we are proud to be here to represent our community of North Central. As a bit of a background, almost 2 years ago, in February 2024, 3 advisors of North Central Strong, Mark Nuevo, Jacob Pennapanisic, and myself addressed City Hall for the motion of North Central revitalization. We were gratified to learn that the motion was passed. We were skeptical about the motion, as historically many empty promises were made between the city and the community of North Central. Since the time of the motion, there has been little to no change within North Central. Growing Young Movers and North Central Strong have been brainstorming ways to bring action into our own hands, and we came up with the GYM Social Enterprise proposal. This proposal is a substantial step towards planting seeds of opportunities and succession within youth of North Central. This initiative can bring in opportunities for employment, youth crime prevention, and uplifting community morale. Many of the youth of North Central are passionate about their community and want to help revitalize. They just need the space, resources, and support to thrive. We as young people are ready to do the work. We just need your help to plant the seeds for growth. Imagine young people of North Central cleaning and maintaining their neighborhood, helping to uplift the community members' eco-conscious esteem and morale. We deserve safe and clean environment spaces where people feel valued and part of Regina. Us as young people helping our community will make us feel better about where we live and come from. Socializing with the neighborhood will bring exposure between youth and locals of the neighborhood. Youth will have the opportunity to inspire and motivate mature members of North Central. It exposes the adults seeing youth care about the community and influences them to also follow. Youth employment keeps the young people engaged and distracts them from the issues going on within North Central. It gives us the opportunities to gain skills, experience, and an introduction into the working environment, as well as provides them with life skills and exposure to adulthood. I believe it will help youth understand themselves by seeing youth-led job opportunities. Thank you. I will now pass it on to
Hello, my name is Tanisha Eaglechild. I'm a part of North Central Strong, and I'm from here in Regina. I'm grateful to speak here today on behalf of my community. Let me begin by stating, when youth are given opportunity, they choose purpose over survival, and that choice can change a community. The community of North Central is tightly connected, the neighbors greeting each other with warmth and a smile, even during their personal challenges. There is a genuine willingness to help one another, creating a sense of unity and care. Providing meaningful employment for youth can help adults see the value of supporting young people in the community. We believe it will help youth break these cycles, create independency, and empower young people to make positive changes in their lives and community. North Central has been sectioned off from the rest of Regina with little to no development over the past decades. Our community deserves to be seen and heard. We deserve the same development opportunities, gathering spaces, and safe housing that exists within the communities you live in. Within our communities being seen and heard, it will give youth the opportunity to succeed within themselves and the community. Thank you again for allowing our team to be here and for the time.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any committee members have questions of the delegation? Okay, what do we got here? Okay. Councillor Fro?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Excellent job. Really grateful for your leadership, inspired by your words today. Just a couple of questions for you. You spoke first, I think, about over the years, maybe a lot of promises being made to North Central that haven't necessarily been followed through. can you maybe remind myself and my colleagues, why it's so important when we're making decisions about North Central that we listen to and connect with the young people that live in North Central?
I believe it's important because youth is our future, and by listening to the youth of North Central and by giving them the skills to help our community, I believe it will allow us to go in the right path to revitalize our community. And also, there has been a lot of like past promises not made by development. That's what I meant. There has been little to no development within my community.
Thank you for that. Today we're going to be focusing on several things that have to do with North Central and the heritage neighborhood. I wonder, as young people that have grown up in North Central, if you might share for us the importance of what safe, affordable, and really housing that you can feel proud of. How important is it? You talk about development, but how important is it for the health of the community to have a housing that is also safe and that one can feel sort of pride of place in?
I feel like it's really important because when one can feel valued and when they can feel pride from where they come from, that creates growth for succession and opportunities to inspire others within the community to also succeed.
So my last question is, some of us have had the privilege of working and having friends and relatives in North Central, others have not. I wonder if you could paint a picture for us. I see a lot of optimism in terms of how you talk about your community, about why North Central is worth investing into, maybe about some of the wonderful things about your community and your maybe reason for optimism, basically your why you choose to volunteer. Thank you. Great job.
Okay. For me, I see I feel like our community is a lot connected and tight knitted. We have a lot of connection within our community. We could just be walking down the street and we could be talking to our community members, and I don't see that a lot within other communities. And I want to keep that within the community, especially. And I feel like, especially with the safe housing too, a lot of our community members will want to stay in our community and raise future generations in there too. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Flores?
Through the chair, also excellent job. I'm really proud to see young people stepping up and doing things like this. So through the chair, my question to you is, when I was reading the report, it seems like a really exciting social enterprise. Could you tell us a little bit more about that, how you came to that idea, why this particular, and why is it important?
Yeah, I feel like this is particularly important because it allows for the youth of North Central to gain access to employment, which will also later on help them with adulting, because they'll already have the skills and the experience and like I said, other experience into the working environment already. And that's really hard for the youth within my community because North Central is so sectioned off. There's not really that much job opportunities there. So by creating more opportunities for them, I would like to see my community thrive.
It also keeps them connected to the community, by with these work opportunities. It helps them be connected and take care of it as well. Yeah.
Fantastic. No, I agree. That's really great. And could you, for anyone that perhaps not familiar with Growing Young Movers, could you tell us a little bit more about the program, how it has evolved, and how it impacts youth in North Central, and roughly how many youth are involved, and how have you seen it grown?
Yep. I'm not really sure the rough estimate of how many youth are involved right now. Brian could tell you that more. Yeah. But Growing Young Movers is a nonprofit organization that brings in youth of North Central and gives them access to employment. And also other opportunities, once they graduate, they also have opportunities to come back and work. And like that helped me get in this position right now, and other job opportunities also. So I feel like it expanded to with North Central Strong. We now have a youth delegation board. Is that what it is? Or a youth committee?
Yeah, youth committee.
For North Central. So that also expanded in ways like that. And we now hope to bring in more job opportunities.
Fantastic. That's really, keep it up. Really proud of you. Thank you. That's all for me.
Councillor Turnbull?
Hello, thank you for being here and your presentation and for everything that you're doing for your community. I know for a lot of things it's out of sight and out of mind, and a lot of people just haven't been to North Central or experience it. They only hear about North Central. So I was wondering, in your words, what is North Central like? What are the challenges and what are some opportunities you see with this program?
North Central is the community that I grew up, so it's the community I call home. It's not as bad as people think it is. I feel like it gets a lot of bad reputation because a lot of the issues are open, out in the open. That's the reason why. But other than that, I think that's one of the issues, is that a lot of violence and stuff like that are out in the open. Other than that, I never had any trouble with violence or anything. Yeah, any issue growing up. Yeah, it's just out in the open, and I feel like that's the biggest problem. And with the opportunities I hope for this to bring in the changes is to help inspire community members, seeing youth, and help them, if not change, but like
Inspire other community members.
yeah. And that.
Like not just youth, but like also adults.
Like to start the spark to.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's really beautiful. I really appreciate that. And North Central, if you had one thing on your wish list for North Central for infrastructure, what would it be?
Mine would probably seeing not only the youth thrive, but also the mature members too. And just seeing like less poverty.
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, is there anything else you want to tell the council or the community about North Central you think that maybe we should know or we don't know?
We're strong.
Yeah.
No, North
I
Central
believe
is
that.
strong. Yeah.
You're fine examples of it, so thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Bashinsky?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the work that I know we've been doing up until now. Hopefully this is momentum that's going to start seeing things happen. In your business description, you talked in your speaking notes there on youth-led opportunities, job opportunities. In your business plan, do you think the services listed is kind of the end game, or do you think this is a starting point and it could be built on over time?
I feel like this is a starting point, and it could eventually be built upon over time, because I feel like this starting point will be a strong foundation base to uplift the youth and also help them to inspire others.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you for having us.
Councillor Radens?
Excellent presentation, by the way, and it says it all. So happy to see youth leading and advocating for your community. Thank you for inspiring hope for your future, and especially that of North Central. You pretty much answered a lot of the questions, but one I do have is, how do you think we could change the perception of North Central?
I feel like changing perception has a lot to do with exposure. A lot of people will have to come and see how North Central, how my community is for how it actually is, instead of like just listening to the stereotypes based off stereotypes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So keep doing what you're doing and keep inspiring, keep advocating, because we need leaders like you in our community. And I live there, so I do know it's not what people say it is. So thank you.
Thank you.
I see no further questions, so thank you for addressing Executive Committee. I just ask that you please return to the gallery now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call upon delegation Brian Lewis, Growing Young Movers, Youth Development, Inc. Please, I guess I'll wait till you come down. So I'll just have you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions from members of Executive Committee they may have of you. Anyways. Good morning.
I'm Lewis. I represent Growing Young Movers Youth Development, or what we like to be known as GYM, and I am a resident of Regina. So to begin, thanks again for allowing us the opportunity to speak today. For the past 14 years, GYM has worked alongside the youth and families of North Central, seeing young people graduate, find meaningful work, and lead positive change in their community. Our mission is simple, and this is a coined phrase from young people. We're moving for change through mentorship, education, and employment. We've talked about challenges for years with North Central, but we like to think of the opportunities that exist here. Those opportunities are from the strength that these two before me spoke about, and all the young people show me on a daily basis. The youth are eager to contribute, they want to work, and they take pride in their community. They love their community. Through GYM, many of these young people have already found opportunities to lead, to learn, and to give back. But we need to create even more opportunities to keep building momentum and to continue focusing on youth and to open new pathways for them to excel. Our solution, one of our proposals, is this social enterprise proposal. We want to launch a property maintenance wing that provides essential services the city already needs. Work that needs to be done, and we want to do it. The young people want to do it. We want to employ local youth that perhaps have worked with Growing Young Movers, have graduated high school, and want to continue working in their community. What's different about this is the reinvestment model. Every dollar earned through our social enterprise will go directly back into youth employment, leadership, development, and community programming happening at the Mamaway Atherton Center. It's a closed loop model that keeps economic value in the community where the work happens. This approach is already gaining national recognition. Mitchell Cohen, a prominent developer out of Toronto, visited North Central back in April. We've built a strong relationship. He spent decades revitalizing Regent Park in Toronto. I had an opportunity to meet with him, and there's so many similarities. And he said, GYM social enterprise embodies exactly what the city needs. Practical solutions that create jobs, rebuild neighborhoods, and empower youth to lead change. We know we can make this happen. We have young people that have worked with us for years that are ready to do the work. The social return is so strong. Youth gain these skills, income, and confidence. Families and residents see this on a daily basis, young people taking care of the community that they love. And the city demonstrates reconciliation in action, empowering young people and many Indigenous young people to rebuild the community they call home and they love. We're asking you to support in a one-time startup investment from the city to purchase equipment, vehicles, and the supplies needed to launch this operation. Within 2 years, this will be self-sustaining, generating revenue that again can go back into the young people that come to our programming. For 13 years, we've seen what happens with young people are trusted and supported. They graduate, they lead, they give back. I just want to end with another few words of a young person that couldn't be here today. GYM gave me purpose. It gave me structure and a reason to get up in the morning. Growing Young Movers taught me how to be a leader, how to work with kids and how to give back, how to take pride in the community I grew up in. I went from being someone who felt like they had no future to someone who wants to help build ones
30 seconds.
for others. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Thank you for your presentation. Do any committee members have questions of the delegation? Okay. Mayor Bashinsky?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Brian, for your presentation. Similar question to before. In the business plan, it has a set of services. What's your thoughts on the future? You're talking about 2 years self-sustaining. What's your thoughts on those services? Does that build upon? And I guess where I'm going with this is, is there an opportunity to lean into those trades and skills to a further extent? What's your kind of vision for that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Like Hope said, I see this as the groundwork. One hand, I see that as a maintenance, property maintenance piece, we could expand to be doing a number of properties throughout the city. I just know from people I know who are in business and have properties, they would love to hire a nonprofit where every dollar goes back into supporting young people in programming. So I see that piece continuing to grow. I also know that a big part of growing Young Movers is the education piece, and we have a pathway in our school around construction. We want to be able to take those kids and take the theory of school and go to a property and renovate that and get that on the market for someone to live in, potentially young people that work in our organization to live in. So the sky's the limit. Like I said, the opportunities in North Central are endless, but we need to harness these young folks who want to do the work, because they're truly the ones that care about the community. To be frank, there's folks that do not see North Central as an investment because there's not enough in it for them, because they don't know what these young folks know about living there. They don't know the power of that community because they've never lived in it. And a lot of people drive through North Central, but not enough people drive to North Central. And we want to change that. We want to give the opportunities to these young people. So, I mean, there could be a housing piece. There could be, I never say never to anything, but it will grow. But this is the seed money we need to start. I've always been taught to start small, but start. And the thing about us and me and our organization is when we say we're going to do something with kids, we do it. We don't talk about doing it, we do it. I started this 14 years ago without a bank account. I paid kids $20 bills to work in Kitchener Elementary School. Right? We're going to be over $1 million annual budget doing work with young people in North Central because we do it. And sky's the limit, honestly, I feel.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Fro?
Thank you, through the chair. Just a quick question building on Mayor Bashinsky's comment, and also thank you. Your reputation, your organization is quite strong in our city. The question that I have, just given that we're talking about public dollars here, is, and I suspect you have a good answer, is about, sort of empowerment, succession, risk mitigation, so that if those with the skills in your organization today, understanding that you're empowering and teaching others, if you would sort of win the lottery, what in your model is built in so that others are sort of learning these skills? I guess what I'm wondering is, one, how you intend to go out and sort of realize some contracts, but secondly, how you intend to build some succession and organizational capacity, so when those initial seed dollars are gone, that you have a self-sustaining social enterprise business, whether you or someone else is at the helm or not.
Great, thanks for the question. Sustainability is very important to us. Elder Joseph, who's worked with us for over a decade now, everything we do, we must sustain. So that's why we, like I said, we start small but start. So there's always going to be thinking about, how does this grow? What happens when Brian's gone? Who takes over that? How do we start training younger people to see this as a vision when they're done high school? That's where we think the school piece works, because a lot of the training is built into education. If they're in the construction pathway, they're taking these PA electives and construction courses, they're going to get a lot of the training that they would then use in this job if they chose to work outside of school. We want to work with local partners. We want to work with developers. We want to work with professionals in the industry to come in, and I've talked with some of those folks. And I have so many folks that say, I'll give my own time to come and train these young people, because we see the importance of this investment. We see that they want to do the work. We need more skilled tradespeople in our city, in our communities, and we need these young people to be doing it. So it's a win for those folks too, if we can partner with them. And again, we have a lot to figure out, no question. But one thing we have is the young people who are determined to make this happen in their community. So yeah, they'll be training kids in grade 10 to say, hey, you go through school, you graduate, this could be a job for you. And eventually some of the young ones who start as graduates, in 5 years, they're running one of those crews, right? They're the one who's, running both crews and making sure, and then as we expand and do more, there's more opportunities. They see a vision and a story that's other than the common narrative of North Central. They're graduating at rates of 88% if they work with GYM right now, right? That is profound when you think about the provincial average of Indigenous youth graduating is under 50%. So we're helping young people see a vision of graduation and employment. They might stay with us for 5 years after, or 1 year, but there's always going to be succession, because we work with young people starting in grade 9 to work in our programs, to work with our organization. We can train through school, but through partnerships as well. It's long-winded, sorry, but.
Councillor Basil?
Yeah, thank you very much. Through the chair, great presentation, good business proposal. The one thing I will ask you is more on the delivery. So you're looking at ramping up your operations right now into property maintenance, correct?
Correct.
What will you have for staffing going into kind of the winter season? Do you have enough staffing going into next year's construction season, saying laying patio stones, that kind of stuff? What do you have for staffing levels projected going in, and what are your projected sales going to be for next year?
Well, so I mean, this is all depending on if this is approved, right? So we're at a stage where we have the proposal. If we can't have seed money to provide us the equipment, it's a moot point in a sense that we don't have the funds on our own to do this, right? What I can say is we have a pool of many young people that are at graduation or have been working with us beyond graduation that have a very keen interest in working with us. Our proposal is to get 2 crews of 4 working on maintenance in North Central. We know we can find those 8 people plus 2 others to manage that. When we would start, we certainly could start a crew of 4 this winter doing snow removal of the properties that need to be, removed through the winter, and then build on that through the spring. There are some things that need to be put in place. Obviously, the equipment. Obviously, securing a place to store all that equipment. And those are things, in my mind, when we agree that this is something that's important, we figure that all out. And that's, we will figure that all out because we have talked to folks about where we can store things. We've talked to local investors about supporting us with materials if we get to the point of doing those small repairs on homes and things like that. Our main focus to begin with is the maintenance of the properties the city's own. And let's be clear, the city has to pay someone to do that already, and we're just asking to be that someone. So come spring, when the snow melts and the garbage is in properties that the city owns and the grass is still 3 feet high, we will have crews ready to do all that work. I could go on my phone tomorrow if this was approved and say, I have full-time work for you. I'd have 6 young men ready tomorrow. So we are ready to do the work. We just need the support to get what we need to make that work happen. I hope that is.
Yeah. What about ramping up, like next year? I'm going to say, you know, after you get the grass cut, people want decks and trim and painting. Is that something that'd be ready for next year?
So when you, sorry, just to be clear, when you ask who wants decks and painting and.
Yeah, like, let's say people in the community.
Okay.
Anyone watching today.
Yeah.
Might want to pick up the phone and say, hey, I want these guys to build me a fence, build me a deck.
Right. So that's not our focus to start with, but it certainly could get there. Our focus is uplifting North Central in the sense that I drove through it this morning before I came here. There's empty lots that I know are city-owned lots that are 3 foot of grass. They're not getting cleaned the way they need to be cleaned. Our first job is to make those properties what they should be. I would love to say we're ready to start laying patio bricks and decks, but that's not what that community needs yet. In 2 years, I can see that happening. I can see us training kids and teaching kids in school, this is how you build a deck. And then they go and work after school and go build a deck. Just like our GYM programming in the center right now is, we have kids learning how to work with a 7-year-old who's maybe facing issues at home. And then they come work with us after school. So they're taking that theory and they're putting it to practice. It could be the same way, but we're not focused on those projects yet, but we do think, back to Mayor's question, we do think we could get there. Maybe in partnerships with other nonprofit organizations too.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Councillor Turnbull?
Thank you so much for your passion and purpose. So I've heard you talk a lot about the power of purpose in the sense of pride and ownership. And I just wanted to emphasize that and give you a little more of a chance to talk about that. In my experiences, like when user groups feel, or even your house, if you feel ownership or you complete the task, you just are so much more prideful and more likely to take care of it. And if you just expand that to a whole community, it's really powerful. So do you want to, I don't want to talk for you, so do you want to expand on that?
Thanks. I want to be clear as well that this idea didn't come from me. Mm-hmm. This idea comes from listening to young people over the last 14 years. It comes from young people telling me, I have to move tomorrow, Brian. I can't come to work on a monthly. It comes to me from young people saying, I don't know what I'm going to do, Brian. I haven't had water running in my house for the last month. So this is the realities of young people in our community. And so when we think about doing this maintenance of properties, that's a starting point. That's going to uplift a community when people drive by and see young people taking care of their own community. That's going to send a message through our city. But the whole idea of, if we can get to a point where we are renovating a home, it could be school going over, using it as their classroom to renovate, and then a young person lives in it. I have no doubt that that home will maintain itself. It will be taken care of, because that message travels through these young people too. I'm telling you, that house will be taken care of by the community because young people helped fix that house. There's meaning to that. They wouldn't destroy that house. No one would, because it's built by the community, if that makes sense. So the sense of pride in walking down a street in 10 years with their little one and say, I helped renovate that house that that person's living in. GYM did that. Scott Collegiate students did that. We did that. I think we can't underestimate how powerful that will be for young people. I hope that gives you a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with you, but also the community. So when we're door knocking or we're talking to citizens, there's often, let's call the bylaw on that person versus let's help that person. And I think what you're doing is really powerful because instead of calling the bylaws police on your neighbors, you're helping your neighbors and developing a sense of pride. And I think that's really powerful. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess I have one question. Pretty inspiring what you're saying here. It really is. I find it very inspiring. It's funny, this morning I phoned Mike Gerard from Street Culture. So when you were talking about, because I've spoken with him about when you're renovating houses, and I was thinking, you know, the things that you're planning on doing, and if there's things you can't do and you get a phone call, maybe I was thinking, could you see, like, because you kind of mentioned it, do you see there could be a partnership with, like, say, Street Culture in terms of, because they seem to be more on the building side. I wonder what your thoughts are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. I just met with Jeff from Street Culture recently, and yeah, like, we do what we want to work with others, like-minded organizations that, again, we want this for young people. We just want to give those opportunities. I'm not opposed to working with anyone who has the same vision of opening doors for young people to showcase their talents, right? So we're not going to reinvent wheels. If we know there's someone that has people in place that are doing renovations, we'll share. We'll work together. I'll say, I've got 6 kids that can help you on this project, and we'll pay them to work with you. Yeah. It comes down to, we just need to do more as a city to open doors for these young people to do the work that they want to do. Yeah. And that's why I'm here. Again, these ideas come from them. They are tired. They are tired of hearing the narrative. They're tired of hearing about the violence in their communities, and they know there's another story there. And this is just another example of a way to share those stories and show the rest of Regina that there are strong young people that want to continue living there. Hope wants to live in North Central her whole life, I'm sure, if you asked her, because she's told me that. But we need to give them reasons to want to stay there because they want to. Yeah. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. I see no further questions. I just got to find my notes here. Thank you again. Hey, thank you for your presentation. And okay, next we have, I'd like to call upon delegation Angela Ricci from Autism Resource Center. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. And you'll have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions from members of executive committee may have for you. Okay, I guess we'll wait till that stops. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Angela Ricci. I'm with the Autism Resource Center, and I reside here in Regina. Good morning, Mayor Buczynski, members of council. Thank you so much for giving me a few minutes today and for your consideration in making housing more affordable and inclusive in our city. I was in front of you a few short months ago, and as a reminder, the Autism Resource Center is a nonprofit that supports autistic people and their families in Regina for 50 years. We help them build skills, find work, and take care of their mental health. Each year, ARC works with more than 300 autistic adults and youth and families who count on us for programs and services. One need comes up over and over again is something we just don't have an answer for yet, and that's housing. For many autistic adults, especially for those who do not have an intellectual disability, there is nowhere they can find supportive housing. They do not qualify for group homes, family members are aging out, and living completely on their own can be unsafe and isolating. We see this every day. People who want to be independent but need just a little bit of support to make that possible. We've begun planning a purpose-built community around 30 apartments, on-site support, and shared spaces for programs. The city has already supported us through its pre-development grant, which we're very grateful for, and we're hopeful we can find an affordable land option to help bring this vision to life. This isn't just about housing, it's about building a community. It's a place where autistic adults can live safely, have support they need, and still have the independence and dignity that everyone deserves. There are some examples of supporting houses for autistic adults out there already. The one in Quebec is Maison Véro and Louis. It's places where autistic adults live on their own but still have the support they need. The project came together with private and government funding, and it's been such a success that they're actually building 2 more. We just want to take that same idea, the mix of independence, safety, and belonging, and make it a reality here in Regina for the autistic community. The Housing Accelerator Fund is an important opportunity for Regina. It will help our city think creatively about housing, and that's exactly what projects like ours will do. By supporting nonprofits like ARC, the city can hit multiple HAF goals at once, adding new affordable units, removing barriers, and supporting people who are often overlooked in the system. Our project fits perfectly with what HAF is meant to do. Bring new community-based housing to life. It's affordable, inclusive, and designed for people who just need a little to thrive and to live their best life. I should also mention that the new federal Canadian autism strategy highlights housing as one of their biggest needs for autistic adults. So this is really the right time. We're in the right city to lead by example and show inclusive housing can look like. We are grateful for the city's support so far through the pre-development grant, and it's giving us a chance to take those first planning steps. As HAF moves forward, we'd love to keep working with city staff to find the right piece of land and the right tools to bring this project to life. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. We have some questions from councillors here. We'll start with Councillor Flores.
Hello, thank you. Through the chair, hi Angela.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for all the fantastic work your organization does. We had a chance to speak a little while ago, and in addition to what you've shared here today, I'd like us, if you could share a little bit about how initiatives like this can help not only support folks and their families who have autism, but also how does that impact folks that might end up homeless? And how does that, in the long term, impact not only themselves but their families?
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that if you're diagnosed with autism and you don't have an intellectually disabled, there's no place for you to go. It really relies on families to house their children for as long as possible. And if they don't have a plan afterwards, typically what happens, whether it's mental health or just, misunderstandings or not being able to keep their employment, that could in fact have a very negative effect on. And I don't have any stats around how many people on the streets are neurodiverse, but I believe there's a large correlation. And it's not to say that these people couldn't live independently at one time or maybe in the future, but it's almost like this could even be just a transition housing until they get to that point. But living with their parents, and if they don't have parents, often then they're in really difficult situations. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Councillor Burton.
Thank you for your presentation through the chair. A couple of questions as you talk about this assisted housing. Are your clients more likely, are they less likely to drive, that they make use of public transit and facilities like that?
Yeah, I would say about 10% of our members drive, but most of them will use public transportation. So that would be very important to us as we're going forward.
So that through the chair, as we some people are pushing for density and less parking. This might be an opportunity to do that in the right location.
Correct.
Okay. And as we look at locations for that, are your clients more likely to be intimidated, taken advantage upon, or preyed upon because of their neurodiversity?
You know, I think there's a certain vulnerability in that population, but I also think with the right supports, they could do very well. Even starting a new job, a lot of times it's just that coaching period that a person would require, and they would take instruction very well, learn safety measures. Yes, there's a vulnerability there. However, I would like to think that most of them could thrive in almost any community.
And through the chair, with the proper supports.
Correct, with the proper supports,
Proper
yes.
location that they are
That's right,
placed in, all
yeah.
those things like that. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks.
Councillor Turnbull?
Thank you so much for your presentation and for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
Do you want to maybe explain the large spectrum of different complexities and how it's not like a one size fits all thing? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a spectrum, and autistic individuals could be nonverbal, but on the other end of the spectrum, many of them have careers or families and on that side. And then there are people who could do a lot with just a little bit of support. So sometimes it just means, I call it that concierge service. Like, I have a problem, I woke up today, I have a problem. If somebody can just help me talk this through, I could probably get through it and move on with my day. And sometimes those are the things that I think living in a supported living environment could help you get through. So you're thriving, you're a member of society, but we just have to deal with this little problem so it doesn't escalate. And I think that's where we come in. However, we do support people on all sides of the spectrum.
Okay. If I can just confirm something, I guess. So it could range from someone who's very high functioning, who the simplest task would be the hardest thing, like maybe filing taxes or doing whatever, or something very normal, basic skill, to all the way to nonverbal communication. And so the different types of services can help, correct?
That's correct. However, in this case, Sarah, we are talking about people who do not have an intellectual disability but are autistic, right? Because on that spectrum, you would have autistic individuals who are also intellectually disabled. Yep. So they probably won't be living in this facility because they would qualify for group homes. Okay. But the people who would be living in this facility would be those who aren't considered intellectually disabled. And as a society, we're asking them to just go live independently on their own, and they're not quite capable to do that at 100%.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that. And I don't know the exact numbers either, but I know it's over 50% for the houseless population have.
Neurodiverse.
Well, yeah, and it's quite something when things just fall through the cracks. So thank you so much for sealing up those cracks.
Thank you.
I kind of have one question.
Sure.
So, maybe I missed it. I'm just wondering, so in terms of what are you looking for? Are we dedicating money to a facility, or I'm just asking because did I miss something?
Well, I think coming to this meeting today, you guys were going to be talking about this affordable housing initiative, and I wanted you to know that that was something that would be very helpful for a nonprofit like mine. So that's what I'm here today, is just advocating for us, saying this fits within what we're looking for as we move forward.
No, perfect.
Yeah.
No, that's good. I totally agree with a hand up, 100%, and I have a son who's on the spectrum as well, my oldest son. And I also have another relative who works at, probably I shouldn't say where he works, but he's working and like functioning, contributing, like,
exactly.
So no, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I see no further questions. Thank you for addressing the executive committee, and please ask you to return to the gallery.
All right.
Okay. So, okay, we will now consider item EX 25-93, Housing Accelerator Fund update. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Okay. So, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. We're very excited to be here this morning to present additional opportunities in how we support our community in housing, in particular housing affordability, housing options within our existing neighborhoods. As part of the ongoing work to meet the City of Regina's commitments under the Housing Accelerator Fund, the programs and initiatives outlined in this report and funded through HAF will create a land bank process and policy to allow for a strategic purchase and holding of land for the purpose of using it to address housing needs. Provide support for a community land trust startup grant for both North Central and Heritage neighborhoods to ensure access to affordable housing. Provide a grant to growing young movers, as you've heard this morning, to maintain properties held in the land bank, which is critical for the program's success and otherwise extremely difficult to contract out. Invest in training and mentorship program for community members interested in becoming incremental developers and learning how to improve properties and become leaders in the community. Invest in city infrastructure data with the goal of cost savings and predictability to builders and developers. Supporting additional scope for the growth plan review to get details needed to understand different wastewater solutions and scenarios for growth. And changes to the office to residential conversion program to support costs and address feedback related to the rates approved earlier in 2025, while no new money is being requested for that program. In total, administration is seeking City Council approval for expenditures in the amount of approximately $7.2 million from the funds we have received through the Housing Accelerator Fund. The spending and policy recommendations in this report will help complete the outstanding commitments made in the city's agreement with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and will lay the groundwork for continued growth of our housing sector, as well as support our existing neighborhoods for development and growth. With that, we are here to answer any questions you have. Ms. Dawson and her team, as well as myself, will be certainly willing to speak to many of these amendments or these recommendations. Thank you.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Fro? Do you wish to speak to the report?
I do, yeah, thanks. To the chair, first, great work, everybody. I can think of very little things we'll do that will be as impactful as this during our term, so quite proud to play a small part today. I do have some questions, though, and I hope we've given this some thought, understanding, however, that there's much work yet to do and that the land trust is yet to be established. But of course, before that land trust is established, our sort of regulatory and policy parameters will guide the functionality of that land trust, which is, I guess, preamble to my questions. So my first question is, how will we support the land trust to ensure that homes are affordable and accessible? So for instance, by most calculations, the average rental cost today, if you're renting a unit in North Central and there's disproportionate rental, would be about the same as if you had a financial facility, a long-term financial facility. Many land trusts across Canada partner with financial institutions to ensure that there's an accessible and equitable financial facility. But failing that, understanding that we're not gifting homes, there's still a cost to use homes in a community land trust or a rental unit. So I guess my question through the chair to administration is, do we envision having discussions with the financial sector in Regina? Many of our financial institutions have distressed loans in North Central, formally or informally, as that appears to be a pretty important calculation in many successful land trusts around North America.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll refer that question to Mr. Nair.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, it is definitely part of the consideration. In fact, it plays a part of a lot of the different initiatives that we're looking at. So we're looking at stakeholder partnerships throughout all different sectors, and certainly one of them is the financial sector. And we'll continue, we've had some initial discussions and we'll continue on, and hopefully partnerships can be built once the CLTs are formed.
Thank you. As it relates to the Community Land Trust Board, understanding that most of these entities have a tripartite board with community members, these need to be built by community for community, some experts. How do you envision the governance of that? As I understand it, we're supporting some seed capital to set up the governance in terms of reference. But paint a picture for me through the chair, if you would, Bill, as to what that board looks like from our perspective to ensure the land trust is sustainable and functional in the long term, through the chair.
Ms. Bride?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we don't have all of those details outlined yet. There's a lot of engagement that needs to take place as we, if council approves this recommendation, those conversations will continue, and we're looking forward to advancing the land trusts.
Thanks. Through the chair, understanding that these are half dollars, you know, we heard today from a delegate that says start small but start, and I think we always have to be cautious about when we introduce something to community and then taking it away. And so my question is, I see that much or all of this is contingent on half dollars. Will we be abandoning the land trust altogether if we don't receive half dollars, or will we find an alternative scaled down approach? So I would hope that we would scale down and right size, you know, established our land trust, support our land bank and the land trust. I guess my question is, what happens if those dollars walk away? I mean, this is clearly a best practice. I think there's a lot of excitement in North Central about this. Will we walk away, or will we scale down if those dollars disappear?
Ms. Bride?
Thank you. Through the chair. So these are the funds that we're allocating towards the land trust are startup funds. So we have received funding from the federal government. We're looking to start these land trusts up, and then once those are established, that they would function on their own.
So can you elaborate on that further for me? So are you, through the chair, am I correct to understand that, you know, we feel fairly confident that we have the seed capital, that our role is to help get it established, but that our land bank can function independent long-term of half dollars, that ideally it's, you know, we prefer long-term half dollars, but this has some momentum regardless?
So thank you, through the chair. So the half dollars that the city has been awarded, if you will, are being paid out annually to us. And that once we have to spend all of the half dollars by the end of 2027. So we expect that this is seed funding, and that these land banks and the land trust, will be functioning on its own after the seed and startup funding has been put in place.
Thank you. Through the chair, understanding that, you know, we have a budget with half dollars. I guess a question for me, but also perhaps for my colleagues, is can you walk us through the mechanisms we have today under our municipal authority that we have to acquire you know, an abandoned lot, someone that maybe is derelict or arrears in their tax? I understand that you're asking for authority to acquire property that is materially sort of undervalued, under $60,000, but what tools, if any, do we have existing to get assets into that land bank today?
Ms. Bride?
Thank you, through the chair. So I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson.
Go ahead, Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Today, currently, we have the availability to take titles through tax title, and we have done that for some properties. What we're seeking today is additional funds from the HAF to be able to strategically acquire land as well. So dollars to go out and purchase land that, you know, maybe we've taken tax title on a block, and we want to develop or be able to develop the whole block. Maybe we go out and strategically purchase those. So that's what we're seeking today, is funds for strategically acquiring land as well, to put in the land bank.
Thank you, through the chair. Do we have an estimate? It's fine if you don't have it handy. We can take it offline of how many lots, homes, assets through our existing authority we would have the power to acquire. Is it several hundred, even an order of magnitude estimate?
Through you, Chair, currently in North Central specifically, we have about 16 properties that have been acquired through tax title.
And any sense as to further units that could be acquired, or is that work yet to be done?
Yeah, through you, the chair, that's work yet to be done, and we need the policy and obviously the money to be able to acquire those. And then work will be done through administration to acquire those and then put them in the land bank.
Thanks. My last two questions, and I understand there's an important principle, which is the land trust is built by community for community, and they have a very important role to determine eligibility and how they want to operate. But I guess I'm looking for some perspective from administration, given that we don't have the chance to talk about this all the time. And I guess the first is, do we at the city have a focus by geographic area in terms of east or west, north, central? There has been some that have suggested sort of a hyper-focus on east, north, central may make sense, or are we waiting to see where the community wants to take their focus in terms of the land trust? I guess that would be my second and last question.
Yeah, through the chair, it is a bit premature. We are waiting on some engagement that we're currently doing. There's other work that we already have funding for under the HAF to do some engagement and visioning for the community, and that's work that's being undertaken in Mr. Nair's branch. And so we do expect to have that information and potentially give some focus to that question.
Many land trusts support affordable home ownership, and certainly some also support, rentals. Is there any, by virtue of these coming with half dollars, do we have any perspective, or does the federal government have any perspective on the role of home ownership versus rental, or is it just general affordable housing that we're looking to create some alignment to?
Yeah, through the chair, we would encourage through this process home ownership. Understanding that is a barrier right now, and so that's where our focus would be, although rental isn't off the table as well.
Great. My last question is the last question. Through the chair, I hope administration feels proud and motivated by this work. This works, right? There's over 40 land trusts in Canada with over 10,000 units owned and managed by community land trusts. Started in the civil rights movement in the 1960s, right, to avoid gentrification for African Americans, but it's proved as a really effective non-market model to not only support home ownership, but I think a whole bunch of other important community considerations. And I guess maybe my last question to the chair is, could administration paint a picture for us outside of home ownership as to how you view the land trust, the land bank, and several of the other things you're asking for in terms of overall community revitalization? So certainly home ownership is a piece, but we also have other priorities in North Central and heritage in our city. I wonder if you could talk about how this ties into some of our other strategies and priorities as a community. Thank you so much.
Ms. Bride?
So certainly I'll start, and then I'll let Mr. Nair take over. And this is great work from the team, I will add. So certainly revitalization of our existing communities is so important for a city, and helping to grow North Central heritage, which surround our downtown, our warehouse district. And so the impacts on our core are huge in terms of building newer housing, supporting existing housing, and certainly supporting the residents and the young folks coming up in our community to build those community members. I'll let Mr. Nair speak to all of the other components.
Yes, through the chair. As we've heard from the delegation from GYM, I think one of the things that's often mistaken is that there is no pride within these neighborhoods. In fact, there's very significant pride. And often what's missing is the small catalyst, the things that can kind of be a visual representation of neighborhoods moving forward. And so this kind of work, particularly when we were addressing underutilized properties and lands, to see them infill, to see development growing, and having opportunities for the people within these neighborhoods to be part of the economic growth within these neighborhoods is huge. And it's been proven throughout a number of cities within North America that these kinds of efforts and programs have a very significant impact to not only change the future of these neighborhoods, but also very much change lives within the neighborhood.
we, I don't know if I should do it now, but we have our mandatory break coming up and we can continue this. So we can reconvene at 10:45. Okay. call the meeting back to order, please. And you're done? I think he's, oh, here. Councillor, yeah, Mayor, Councillor Bashinsky, Mayor Bashinsky. Jesus. Oh. Okay, we'll continue. Next up, Mayor Bashinsky.
Oh, thank you. Okay, through the chair, just a couple quick questions on this, just to be super clear. This money has no impact on the budget or mill rate. This is half funding specifically that we have available.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, that is correct.
Perfect. And there was a comment made about us having to pay already, like we already pay or have to, pay for the work to be done to maintain any current city-owned property when we need to, if it doesn't meet the, the desired look, I would say, or cleanliness that we need. So is it fair to say that we do already pay for those services?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, that would be correct.
So then this model would actually take something that we pay for on those properties and attempt to give that startup capital through the half and have services that ultimately the goal would be to have self-sustained services built through the community and executed through the community.
Thank you. Through the chair, correct.
Okay, perfect. So with that, I just want to say, from what I've heard and what I've read, I think this is an amazing opportunity to use these half dollars to support a group that's been doing amazing work. And we heard today, I think there's been a lot of talk. This is an opportunity for us to have action in North Central. So I'll be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Flores.
Through the chair, I was really excited reading this report. I think there's not just one or two, but just like a list of really awesome initiatives that I think the best part of it for me is that it is community-led and it is community-informed. As some of our delegates mentioned, ideas have come from youth, ideas have come from what community is asking for. And I really like what he said in terms of maybe folks driving through North Central, but not to North Central. And I feel similarly in neighborhoods like Heritage, which is one that I'm really familiar with. I used to live in that area. A little while ago, we were doing the point and count with Namarin. My group was doing the count in the North Central area, and I really got to see so many streets where it was so clear that residents took so much pride in their properties. It was, I'm like, that yard is amazing, that yard's amazing, they're doing so good with that. And you can see that. And I think when you support communities to continue to be able to do that, it has such a fantastic impact. And the different initiatives that are coming through this motion, I think just add to what we're seeing already happening. And I think it's really important to support the narrative of the positive things that happen in our city, because it does impact not only that neighborhood, but other neighborhoods that might like to do similar things. So super excited about that. I have a couple questions, and this is kind of looking to the future. If you could, through the chair, if you could perhaps walk us through how community members can go about participating in the initiative of land trusts, and how would the process work for people to be involved?
Ms. Bride?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Mr. Nair, please.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, it is the heart and soul of any community land trust to get people involved, and that really is why it needs to be something developed from the ground up. But in order to get that started, we need to do a lot of informational sessions. So the plan is, if approved, we will start planning for a number of informational sessions. Plus, we have the support from the Canadian Network of Community Land Trusts, who have committed to be with any organization here every step along the way to make sure that they're successful. So a big part of it is getting the community informed and giving them opportunities to get together and develop a nonprofit that could go forward and take this work.
Fantastic. And can you tell us a little bit more about the Canadian Network of Community Land Trusts?
Yes, through the chair. The network of community land trusts is really the organization that gathers all of the national land trusts together and provides information and resources for not only those that have ongoing and have been established, but they're also there to be with any new organizations that want to start. Land trusts have a very specific set of parameters in how they are established and the legal implications. And they are the authorities, they are the source that are there to provide that kind of background and support. And they do this all as a nonprofit, so there is no cost to the organization, but they're there to help not only support in the initial phases, but to ask questions or answer questions as they go along.
Fantastic. And then in relation to that network as well, do you know if they have already worked with successful projects across Canada?
Yes, through the chair, very much so. They have helped a number of different land trusts get off the ground, and they've helped some that through the process that have struggled and put them back on the right track. So they have a strong track record of being a good support and helping land trusts succeed.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so like I said, I'm really excited about this. It helps with building housing, it empowers communities, it creates jobs and opportunities for youth. It's, I think, a really smart use of our funds because it uses federal money with no impact to our mill rate, and ultimately turns underutilized properties into tax-generated productive properties that I think not only impact that community, but it's always great to have just places that might have underutilized properties now contribute to our tax base. So really, really excited to support this. And as Mr. Nair said, there will be information sessions that will talk about how to get involved with this. So I really want to encourage people in the community who are inclined to perhaps participating in this to really get involved and get as much information as possible, because this is a really great initiative that I think can have long-term positive impacts in the city, and I'm really happy to be able to support this. Thank you. That's all for me.
Councillor Burton.
Through the chair. The program is geared towards more nonprofits and cooperatives, and rightly so. But it'd be remiss to ask, are there any opportunities for private sector participation that may move some things ahead quickly or provide some benefit?
Ms. Pride.
Thank you. I'll refer that question to Mr. Nair.
Yes, thank you for the question, and through the chair. Best practices have really led to these being led by nonprofit organizations. That being said, a lot of nonprofits will utilize for-profit builders to do the work and carry out the work within the organization. Currently, right now, based on our discussion with stakeholders, we have actually such a significant demand for this kind of product that we anticipate that the nonprofits will be able to step in and act quickly. While that is definitely a consideration, it would be a consideration of those who are involved with the nonprofit to see if it would make sense to have them involved in some aspect.
Thank you for that answer. Through the chair, at the end we show 1.76 million uncommitted, and as I've been going on my learning experience here on City Council, I've discovered some of the speed bumps and roadblocks and fits and starts and stops and stuff that's involved in the development process. Is it expected that that final 1.76 will be put to a program? And I will just toss out a comment or an observation that I drive regularly by the corners of Albert and 15th and 14th, where there used to be gas stations, and those lots may require remediation. And as we get to the dregs of a particular fund, is there opportunities that might be available use some things to release some properties that just are not economical because they may be contaminated.
Ms. Bride?
Thank you. Through the chair, actually, we have the review of our underutilized land strategy will be coming forward to council in November. I want to say November. I think it's the latter part of November. So we will be talking about some of those sites and some of the initiatives or strategies that we are proposing to help address our underutilized sites.
Okay. And through the chair, specifically contaminated locations that may have been gas stations in the past?
Thank you. Through the chair. Certainly a lot of those underutilized sites are abandoned or contaminated sites, but not all. But yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I just had a kind of a question as well. Just, I know we talked earlier about, I think we have 16 properties or 16 houses in the city, I guess, that we've taken over. Is that correct?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think Ms. Dawson indicated that we actually have 16 houses within North Central that have been transferred to title to the city.
Okay. And I guess what I was wondering was, because I've heard the number like 500 houses in terms of the province. Like the province has 500 houses. I thought I heard something like that, and I wonder how many of those houses would be in Regina.
Oh,
do we know that?
Through the chair, I believe you're referring to houses that would be owned by the housing authority. I would ask Mr. Nair might be able to speak specifically to how many are owned within Regina, but that's outside. Those aren't owned by the city.
Right. I was just kind of wondering by the province.
Yes, and thank you for the question. And through the chair, that is roughly the number that sits with Regina Housing. I can also speak to that currently, and this was something that had been part of a city initiative along with the province, is that we are currently part of an MOU with Silver Sage Housing and with the province that they will take over occupancy of 8 homes and try a rent-to-own program to see if they can be brought into service. So there's ongoing discussions about those units with the province, but I can speak directly that we are in the process of having an agreement signed between Silver Sage and the province to get those units back into service and hopefully into home ownership eventually.
Okay. How many, would you know how many houses are, if there's 500 in the province, how many of those 500 are in Regina?
Yes, through the chair, that's within that area.
8?
Through
Oh, sorry, Ms. Bride.
Through the chair, there's approximately 500 units. That doesn't necessarily mean houses, but 100 housing units.
Gotcha. Okay.
I believe.
Yeah.
I guess
within Regina.
Right. Would that be 500 within Regina?
That's correct.
Okay, so some would be houses and some would be apartments, I guess?
Oh. Through the chair, I stand corrected. It's 200 within Regina.
200?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess what what I'm thinking is like for Jim, you know, the organization for properties to look after, I mean, if some of these are falling under the province, then those would be places, if they're in North Central or wherever they are in the city, that they could manage those properties as well. You know? I wonder if, am I correct? Can we create, Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, so those properties are owned by Regina Housing Authority. Yeah,
Okay.
They're not owned by the city of Regina.
Right, but if those properties are not being looked after.
So, through the chair, you know, I'm not going to speak to
Okay.
the process for those housing units. As Mr. Nair indicated, we're having conversations about some of those houses to try and get them back into use.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
But something to be looked into, I guess that's what I'm.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. I'll leave it at that. I think The mover was Councillor Fro. Would you like? Yeah, would you like to close debate?
Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Councillor Turnbull, last one.
I just want to administration really, and the community, thank you so much for your hard work on this. I just love this. It's really well out and it has all the pieces and you can see all the thought and all the pieces working together to make something and to spark something more to support our community and our future. It's really evident that this is like a hand up and not a handout, and it's very purposeful and empowers. I really love that this isn't prescribed. It's very clearly community driven, and that's just so magical to see, and having it community driven just is going to make it so much more successful. With the power of purpose and ownership and pride. And I know firsthand from community work that magic really can be created when you believe and support a passionate community and give them the tools to succeed. And that's a real strength of this. I just see the alchemy in this policy to be part of a catalyst for change for a community, and to help change perspectives, and also to have some social inclusion and support in both perceptions and social economic. And I just love the spirit of unity and community and pride. And yeah, and it definitely is a showcase of our favorite word, vibrancy. So thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, I see no more questions. So Councillor Fro, would you like to close debate?
Through community ownership and stewardship, I think is a game changer. So when we preserve and turn at-risk housing into community-owned homes, I think we actually foster perpetual responsibility and community stewardship. And so I just want to thank administration and thank the community. And I think anytime we see something before us that sounds like most of us here can see ourselves and our community's priorities in, that's a great thing. So that's all I have. Appreciate it.
Councillor Fro? Okay, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, we'll now consider EX 25-94, 2026 budget submission, Provincial Capital Commission. I'd like to call upon delegation Jenna Schroeder, Ryan Whippler, Ada Aiden, and Josh Mickleborough, Provincial Capital Commission. I'll just have, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city, town you reside in. You'll have 10 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that committee members may have of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Jenna Schrader, and I'm the Executive Director of the Provincial Capital Commission based here in Regina, Saskatchewan. With me today are Ryan Whippler, Director of Outreach and Visitor Experience, Adawe Aiden, Director of Finance and Corporate Services, and Josh Mickleborough, Director of Stewardship and Operations. Through you, Mr. Chair, good morning, Your Worship, members of Council, and city officials. On behalf of the Provincial Capital Commission Board of Directors, I'm here today to present our 2026 and 2027 budget. For clarity, PCC is only asking for the City of Regina's portion of the total grant funding received from partners. In this presentation, I'll provide a brief overview of the PCC, review PCC's strategic direction and organizational values, summarize why Wascana Centre matters to the residents and visitors to Regina, highlight key achievements from 2025, provide an overview of the 2026 budget and investment plan and the preliminary 2027 budget and investment plan, and summarize cost pressures and the investment plan for community use capital projects. Following the presentation, my team and I would be happy to answer questions. The Provincial Capital Commission, or PCC, is governed by a board of directors. The board contains 3 representatives from the Government of Saskatchewan, and 1 each from the City of Regina and University of Regina. An alternate from the City of Regina and the University of Regina also serve on the board. Thank you, Councillors Rasevich and Flores, for your service to the PCC Board of Directors. As an agent of the Crown, PCC is responsible to the minister responsible for the PCC for the performance of its duties and exercise of its powers. The Provincial Capital Commission Act outlines the purposes and responsibilities of the PCC. To summarize, PCC's core function is to ensure Wascana Centre and Government House remain safe, beautiful, and accessible for all to enjoy throughout all 4 seasons. For more than 100 years, Wascana Centre has been the jewel in the crown of the Queen City. The map on this slide demonstrates the current ownership structure of land within Wascana Centre. There are 9 landowners within the boundaries, and the City of Regina-owned land appears in purple on this map. Major land holdings include the area around Wascana Pool, Candy Cane Park, Douglas Park, and the north side of Wascana Creek, east of the Ring Road. The PCC and Wascana Centre Authority before it serve as the stewards and land use managers for Wascana Centre and ensure consistent development standards and maintenance for the multiple landowners. In April 2024, the Board of Directors approved a new strategic direction for PCC. This includes a hope and dream statement, a mission statement, and a vision statement. And the strategic direction also includes 5 organizational values. Each of the values is followed by a statement to clarify what it means for PCC. Our values are sustainability, inventiveness, responsibility, community, and joy. The value of Wascana Centre cannot be measured in dollars alone. It's the heart of what Regina offers to current residents and visitors of Regina. It's our shared backyard. Each year, Wascana Centre is the venue for hundreds of festivals, concerts, and cultural celebrations, including some of the largest outdoor events in the city, such as Canada Day, Culsa Day, Out in the Park, Queen City Marathon, Shake the Lake, and Frost Festival. Families gather routinely for picnics and to enjoy recreation facilities and green space. As a cultural and civic hub, Wascana Centre is home to the Legislative Building, Royal Saskatchewan Museum, Mackenzie Art Gallery, the Saskatchewan Science Centre, and Connexus Arts Centre. As an education hub, the University of Regina Main Campus and College Avenue Campus, as well as Sask Poly, are located within Wascana Centre. People from across the city come to Wascana Centre daily to walk, run, and bike the paved and unpaved paths around the West and East Lakes, relax amongst the trees, flowers, and natural landscapes, and observe wildlife and waterfowl. Wascana Centre is a key marketing, branding, and tourism tool for the city, region, and province. If you Google search Regina and Saskatchewan, images of Wascana Centre are among the top hits. It's our shared responsibility to maintain Wascana Centre for current residents and visitors, as well as steward it for future generations. Capital investments for community use projects maintain and grow the legacy of PCC sites. Two of the key achievements for 2025 that I'll highlight today are a pathway improvements and washrooms renewal. So as I've shared with you previously, Wascana Center's pathway system is one of the community's most loved features of the center. This past year, the Legislative Landing East Path improvement was completed, and that was done prior to Canada Day. The project included shoreline improvement, new paving stones, landscaping, and benches. The second project I'll highlight is the washroom renewal. In June this year, we asked the public for their priorities as we plan for the renewal of public washrooms in Wascana Centre. Top responses included cleanliness, abundant light, and improved safety. This feedback has informed the design toolkit for washroom buildings and sites, and we're moving into the detailed design phase for the renovations to the Marina washroom. Investing in PCC keeps Government House and Wascana Centre beautiful, safe, and accessible. It also increases opportunities for programming and capital infrastructure. The 2026 budget represents a status quo budget. As part of PCC's commitment to responsible spending and managing cost pressures by finding internal efficiencies as much as possible. The funding requests for partners are $7.471 million to the Government of Saskatchewan, $2.719 million to the City of Regina, and $800,000 to the University of Regina. The City of Regina's investment will support PCC's operations and community use capital projects. The table on this slide includes PCC's financial summary for 2026, as well as some historic information. The PCC budget is reviewed annually and approved by each of the participating parties and the Board of Directors. The 2026 budget is showing a transfer of $2.964 million from PCC's surplus account to fund the approved community use capital projects of $2.607 million and to cover a modest operating deficit of $357,000. Most of PCC's revenue will come from our funding partners. Grants from participating parties equal $10.99 million, or 72% of the total funding. 49% comes from the University of Regina, 49% comes from the Government of Saskatchewan, 18% comes from the City of Regina, and 5% from the University of Regina. Own source revenues generated through contracts, permits, events, and rentals equals $1.192 million, or 8% of total funding. $2.964 million, or 20% of total funding, will be transferred from PCC's surplus account to fund community use capital projects and cover the modest operating deficit. So this slide provides our graphical representation of the revenue, and according to the Provincial Capital Commission Act, the annual budget amounts assigned to each of the participating parties are 55% to the Government of Saskatchewan, 30% to the City of Regina, and 15% to the University of Regina. PCC's expenses are as follows. The full-time equivalent budget is $52.25, which represents no change from last year. Salary and benefit expenses are $6.970 million, or 46% of expenses. Community use capital projects are $2.607 million, or 17% of expenses. The remaining $5.569 million, 37% of expenses, are operating contracts, accommodation, and amortization. The PCC relies on our grant funding to cover core services and operations, like I've mentioned already in this presentation. Over the past 7 years since PCC was formed, the costs of providing these services have risen significantly due to contractual obligations, escalating material prices driven by inflation, and higher cost recovery rates for maintenance services and accommodation. Revenues have not kept pace with these growing expenses. Although we're requesting status quo funding this year, it's important to note that we will likely be seeking an increase in operating grants next year to ensure sustainability in the face of rising costs and inflation. According to the city's population projections, residents have increased by more than 20,000 since 2021. By 2040, about 300,000 people will call Regina home, and that number will increase in 2051 to about 356,000. As the population of Regina grows, more people will use Wascana Centre. Additional users require more maintenance and put pressure on amenities and infrastructure people have come to expect. In response to community priorities, PCC plans to invest $2.607 million in 2026 into community use capital projects. And this slide demonstrates the breakdown of that investment. This slide just shows between the different types, the different buckets of funding that we have, how we would be distributing those dollars. Beginning in 2027, PCC will require additional revenue to deliver the services and infrastructure expected by the people of Regina. Additional operating funds are needed to address ongoing inflation and cost increases, as well as support multi-year capital projects. The table on this slide includes PCC's financial summary for 2027 and is presented for information purposes only. If revenue does not increase, PCC's accumulated surplus will be in deficit next year. The 2027 budget is showing a transfer of $5.309 million from PCC's surplus account to fund the planned community use capital projects of $4.811 million and to cover a growing operating deficit of $498,000. Capital projects in 2027 will focus on responding to partner and community priorities and demonstrate our organizational values of sustainability, inventiveness, responsibility, community, and joy. We'll continue to invest in washrooms, benches, picnic sites, and pathways. We'll invest in a depot and a greenhouse, as well as fleet, to support the operations of Wascana Centre. And we'll invest in shoreline vegetation and tree mortality management to respond to our changing climate. Thank you for your time today, and my colleagues and I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I see we have one member here. Some questions. Councillor Burton.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Through the chair, this year we had the Canoe Kayak Nationals that were held in Regina, and more than 1,000, well, almost 1,000 participants, more than that for judges, officials, and other people came along. There's a significant economic impact on the city that was there, but how would you compare the Wascana Lake venue to other lake facilities around Canada? Would you put it as regional class, national class, world class? How would you describe the lake facility?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think I'm in the best position to answer how the user groups view our facility, because I'm biased and I'm obviously going to say that we're the best. What I have heard from users, though, is that Wascana Lake is very unique because it's about a 5-10 minute drive from the airport. And it's not subject to the same sort of wind or water flow pressures of other lakes, so it's a pretty controlled environment. So I think it is a great venue. The challenge that we have as PCC is our funding dollars are very limited, and we are investing our capital dollars where the most number of residents and visitors are going to get the benefit, and how our board has directed us to invest those dollars are in pathways, washrooms, and picnic sites primarily.
Okay. So next year, the ICF World Dragon Boat Festival is coming to Regina on Wascana Lake, and again putting Regina and Saskatchewan on the map. And I'm hearing that we're pretty good. I know if we're fully world class, but we got a pretty darn good facility. What infrastructure improvements could be made to the lake facility to step it up there, and is there any future budget consideration for that, to say that these are some things we need to take it to that next level that makes us a regular stop on the world circuit, not just an occasional one?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, we have been investing in the Pine Island area, especially this past year. There were landscaping upgrades as well as upgrades to the shoreline, and some work done in the parking lot. So if we are not able to complete some of those landscaping projects this fall, just weather dependent, we would plan to complete them in the spring. So again, as I'm saying, specific capital investments for user groups such as power, washroom, portable water. I know these are things that we've heard that could enhance the Pine Island site. It's not within our current 5-year capital plan because we are directing those dollars across the center.
Thank you. Through the chair, How would you describe the support from other, funding stakeholders in some of these types of improvements when, as you described, Wascana Lake is that crown jewel and it does put us on the map internationally when you have something of the size of the ICF World Dragon Boat Festival?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, if you're talking about investment from other funding partners, the Government of Saskatchewan is putting in a significant portion to our budget. The University of Regina is also contributing as our funding partners. When it comes to specific user groups and investments that they would like to see, we work with those groups on development project basis so that they can enhance facilities that are specifically used by them. And we can be a supportive partner, but the challenges that we have, again, is the limited dollars we have and how we're allocating them.
Okay. Your report also described pressures on the park due to population growth. Is there any thoughts on expansion of Wascana Park?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, for about the past 40 years in the Wascana Centre Master Plan, there has been areas identified as potential if we were in the future to look to expand Wascana Centre, but it would be east along the creek, Wascana Creek. At this time, there are no plans to expand the land or expand the boundaries of Wascana Centre. Land prices are always going to be a challenge, and where we are choosing to invest the dollars now is invest in the spaces that we have, as opposed to looking at acquiring new land.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Turnbull?
Thank you, through the chair. Are we able to pull up that financial sheet again? Is that something we could do? So something I noticed I wanted to ask you about. It looks like in 24-25, you are actually getting more money from the government of Saskatchewan, and it's actually decreased funds in the past couple of years. And you also noted that you get 55% from the government of Saskatchewan, but your circle only said 49%. So I was just wondering, was your funding cut by the government of Saskatchewan, or why is it less? What's going on there?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start and I'll see if my colleague here, Adawe, has anything to add. The fluctuation that you'll see on this slide in the operating costs is year over year. Grants from the provincial government have been adjusted. The city component and the university component has stayed the same. Specifically for last year, the change in funding is there was a 3-year collective bargaining agreement settlement that was completed between the Government of Saskatchewan and SGEU, and in-scope staff members of PCC are part of SGEU. So Adawe, if you want to speak a bit about that change.
It's just the other slide. It's like the one with the numbers. Here, there. So if you were to look at, oh, not this one, not the expenses, the revenues.
There we go.
There. You were there. Yeah, well, that works too. So if you go, it was, you can see the 24-25 is a couple.
It's the top, yeah.
Like the first.
It goes from 7.6 to 7.4.
Yeah.
We talked about that.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Yes, you're seeing a reduction from 7.6 to 7.4 stone. Yep. And it's because in 2024-25, when the CBA settlement was finalized, the government of Saskatchewan helped us pay out some of the settlement amount. So that was one-time injection.
Okay.
And but like if we had it for last year, if we had 2024, 25, 25, 26 comparison, you will have seen that the budget actually for the government of Saskatchewan portion has increased by about 200,000. So they continue to inject whenever we need a settlement or a cost pressure that needs to be taken care of that there. But that reduction you're seeing was just a one-time injection that they gave us last year.
Okay, so that's just a one-time cost. And then when you had the pie, and maybe it was just me misinterpretation, I think you said 55% comes from the government of Saskatchewan, but in the pie, it's 49. So.
Yes. Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, there's a difference between the legislated funding amounts that are in our Provincial Capital Commission Act and what is actually happening. So the legislated amount for the Government of Saskatchewan is 55%, but of our total budget currently, the Government of Saskatchewan is 49%.
So is the government of Saskatchewan not funding you as well as they're supposed to be? I'm just curious what's happening here. What's the story?
Yeah, thank you for that question, and through you, Mr. Chair, the challenge that we're seeing is within our Act, it gives out percentages of funding based on funding partner, but it does not account for own source revenues. So if we were to take out our own source revenues right now, then the percentages for the Government of Saskatchewan would be 68%. The City of Regina would be 25%, and the University of Regina would be 7%. So it's because of the budget, we are contributing 28% through either our surplus account or our own source revenues.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You also said this is a status quo budget, but is it status quo if we aren't keeping up with inflation? Would it not be almost a decrease if we're not keeping up with inflation?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, actually, because our costs are going up, our buying power is lower. But what we had committed, the years that I have come here, I think this is my 4th budget presentation to council, I've committed that before we request any increases, we're going to make sure we're allocating our capital to the surplus account, making sure that that's fully allocated, and that we give you folks a heads up before we change anything. So this is the year where I'm giving council the heads up that status quo is no longer sustainable.
Yeah, and it's not really status quo if you're not going for inflation, because you can just get less with less money, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. Adawe, anything you want to add?
It's a status quo in that we're not asking for an increase.
Yeah.
But like this, there are cost pressures, sorry,
Yeah.
you, Mr. Chairman. But in terms of the services, we're not making a reduction to the services or staffing levels of that. We're maintaining as much as we can, but like we're trying to fund the deficit that you have seen from our accumulated surplus. But again, with the surplus going into negative in the next 2 years, we will not be able to do that going forward. But we're maintaining the services for next year.
So when was the last time you asked for a mill rate increase?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, that is a good question. The numbers that we had presented here was when PCC was formed, but we know before that under Wascana Centre Authority, it's been over 10 years, if not longer. And I'm looking to the acting city manager just because he was involved in the Wascana Centre Authority Board as well.
Okay. Yeah, and so you can see your reserves dwindling, and we're very hyper aware of deferred maintenance and budgets right now. So do you feel that there's deferred maintenance happening from 10 years of, I'm not going to call them status quo budgets because of inflation, of getting less per year?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, we absolutely are seeing the same deferred maintenance issue that I know the city is having challenges with, and other municipalities, other governments in Canada are also seeing. We are definitely seeing it in our pathway system, the washrooms, the picnic sites, and what we are trying to maintain now is a pathway system that was built in the 1960s. It has not kept pace with the growth of the city and the demand of the centre. So I would love to plan for growth and plan for expansion. We just don't have the budget to do it right now. Okay. So we're doing everything that we can to maintain our current assets and improve what we have today. But then also looking to the future, what additional revenue opportunities can we explore so that we can plan for growth?
Well, it's noticed that you aren't asking for a mill rate increase, and I do worry about you because you are the jewel of the city, and there's obviously some sacrifices being made there. So anyways, thanks for the heads up for next year, and thanks for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Councillor Radins?
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for your presentation, very thorough. You'd mentioned that there are major projects that amount to 4.8 million. And so if you can perhaps tell us about that and how that improves the center, please.
Great, thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to advance my slides here. We had presented to our board of directors this year a long-term capital plan to start spelling out over the next number of years based on the funding envelopes that we've been presenting of maintenance of event spaces, maintenance of landscape features, maintenance of park amenities, pathways renewal, washrooms renewal, fleet support infrastructure renewal, and other projects, just laying out for the board of how we see these proceeding in the next number of years. So as an information piece only, because we will ask our board and we will ask our funding partners to approve next year's budget, but what we're planning on doing for next year is continuing to invest in the Government House Interpretive Center, also doing some more work on shoreline mitigation and vegetation. We will continue our tree mortality and canopy renewal program. We'll also be over the next number of years, we're just allocating funding for picnic site rejuvenation and maintenance. So it's however much money we can dedicate to that. That's how many picnic sites we'll be able to upgrade. We're looking at doing an assessment of the waterfowl display ponds and can we rehabilitate that area. We are also looking at making improvements along in Douglas Park where the cricket pitch is right now. We know that we're missing a pathway there. So is there something that we can be doing to install a pathway to help pedestrians be safer around that corner? We'll also be looking at doing a transportation and movement study. But the big ticket items over the next number of years are going to be our washrooms. So we are planning to invest a significant amount of money in improving the washrooms that we have, the public washrooms throughout Wascana Centre. And then in 2027 is when we are expecting the first of at least 2 years of investment into a new depot and greenhouse to facilitate the operations of the centre. So the current depots that we have are well past their life. And they do need to be replaced. And coupling that, we would combine 2 depots into one, but then also doing work to enhance our greenhouse, because the greenhouse that we have, we grow about 120,000 annuals every year that are placed in Wascana Centre. We've got the contract for the City of Regina, so all of the flowers that you see in your boulevards come from our greenhouse, and we need to invest in that space to make sure we can still deliver that service. And then other improvements that we would be looking at too is accessibility initiatives. So we'll be preparing an accessibility plan to respond to the Accessible Saskatchewan Act here over the coming months. So we would be looking at potentially what could we be doing to evaluate and improve accessibility throughout the centre and Government House too.
Wow, that's a lot undertaking. So appreciate it. Always a pleasure to go to the center and ride through the park on a regular basis. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mayor Bashinsky?
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for your presentation today. Just a question on the tree mortality program. Obviously, we've had some challenges with Dutch elm disease. What is your approach to the tree mortality program, and is it in alignment with kind of the city's approach and kind of the speed that we take those down if there's trees that are potentially impacted by Dutch elm?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, Wascana Centre, we've seen a similar type of uptick in the growth of Dutch elm disease in the trees within Wascana Centre. We don't have as many numbers as the City of Regina, but we also have a smaller proportion of the canopy. The plan really for this year and going forward to next year is how do we identify and remove those elms that have become infected by Dutch elm disease. Our protocol right now is we do take samples if we suspect that a tree has become infected. They're sent to the provincial lab, and then depending on how quickly the lab can get back to us, I know they've got a lot of samples, so sometimes it's 2 or 3 weeks before they can confirm with us if a tree has tested positive for Dutch elm. But the practice that we're working on right now is we aim for 24 hours from the time we're notified that a tree has been identified as having Dutch elm to remove it. And that's what we've been doing this year when we've had 20 cases. That response rate is likely not going to be sustainable if we see a significant increase. So I think we do have the potential to work with the City of Regina and the forestry folks that you have and coordinating a response, because unfortunately Dutch elm is here and it's something that could have significant impacts to the streetscape of our city. So the more that we can do to work together to try to contain the disease will just be better long-term for the trees that we have.
Perfect. That's great. That's what I was looking for, was the coordination, so appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillor Siklis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Good morning, and thank you, Ms. Schroeder, for your presentation. I like the recharacterization of hope and dream, mission, and vision. I think it's always good to refresh those, so congratulations on getting that part done. I also like your characterization of Wascana Center as a quote, shared backyard, unquote. I just want to bring your attention to something. You might know it, you might not know, but we had a emergency happen here in the city at what's commonly known as Speaker's Corner in June of 2023. Are you aware of that?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. Folks from the Provincial Capital Commission have been working with City of Regina. We've also been working with the Water Security Agency to coordinate a response to the storm drain burst and response to that. So we are actively working with the City of Regina on that project.
Could you give us an idea of how your approval process works, how many steps there are, and why we are now almost at the end of the year of this year, which is quite a long time since June of 2023, with respect to the Speaker Corner emergency?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, a number of years ago, the Provincial Capital Commission implemented our 38-step development process, which was a recommendation from the provincial auditor to make sure that we were very clearly articulating what the steps for development approvals were, what was the information required, what were the various approval levels needed from the board, so that we were being as clear and as transparent as possible. We had been working with the city officials on this response, but it is a large project. It has taken time to do the analysis and understand what type of infrastructure is going to be needed. And I don't want to speak too much for my colleagues at the city here. But the process that we have been working through, we have been expediting as much as possible with the development review that we have and taking decisions to the board. And for this specific application, we actually coupled 2 approvals together in one so that we didn't have to come back to the board an extra time. So from our end, we are doing everything we can to help the city get through those approvals. And we did issue final detailed design approval, Josh, what, a couple weeks ago? Yeah. So in terms of development approvals from the city, or sorry, from the Provincial Capital Commission, that application has everything it needs to proceed.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So when will it be approved?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, from the Provincial Capital Commission's end, all approvals are in place, so it's proceeding to construction.
Okay, that's good news, because I was prepared to say some negative things, and I don't want to, because I love the Wascana Center. So thank you for that. 38 steps are a lot of steps, and 2.5 years is a long time for something that's an emergency for us. So I think most people would look at that as not sharing your backyard. My residents didn't put me here to spend $1 million for the sinkhole and $700,000 a year in pumps, which totals now your ask. My point of view would have been, if you didn't tell me you had approvals today, I would not be approving any increase at all to the Provincial Capital Commission. Sorry for that negative approach, but doesn't feel like it's a shared backyard when we have to wait 2.5 years and spend well over $2 million. Maybe closer to 3 now, on fixing something that we call an emergency. I think that should have been shepherded through much faster. It's not very complicated.
I don't see any other questions. I guess I was just wondering, question I guess I kind of had is, I mean, obviously I love Wascana Park, one of North America's largest inner city parks, longest bridge over the shortest body of water. And I actually just saw a heron the other day on the other side of Wascana, driving down Wascana Parkway, which is pretty neat. But then we'll take Luke Wilson there next time when he comes into town. Right, Mayor? I guess one of my questions is, obviously you have a lot of capital projects. I guess PCC has a surplus and you're planning on using it all up, but I guess, have you guys thought about if you don't get the amount of money maybe you potentially need, what you would, because obviously it all comes down to service levels, just like the city. And people have to, you make decisions, we're gonna have to make decisions on service levels. And have you guys thought about the first thing you might try to cut back if you didn't get a certain budget that you're requesting? I'm kind of wondering.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. In the budget discussions that we had this year with our board, we have committed over the next year to explore different revenue options of what we might have available to us so that we can, first off, increase revenues so that we don't have to be decreasing services. We did over the past year finalize a service level agreement with the Ministry of SAS Builds and Procurement, and they provide the care for lawns, the irrigation system, clearing of pathways, snow removal in the winter. PCC, on the other hand, we're providing services to the trees, the flowers, and pest control are just some of the things that are captured there. So we've spent the time to figure out what are the levels of service based on the priority areas within the center of where our highest priority, where do we want to be dedicating as much of our resources as possible, all the way down to naturalized or no service areas. So what we are going to be doing this year and into next year is reporting on that service level agreement. So how are we actually spending our time and how are we spending our resources? And that information will provide us a better picture of if we were to look at changing services or reducing services, where might we do that? So at this point, I don't have an answer to that question because we're still in the implementation and data collection phase.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for addressing Executive Committee. Please ask you to return to the gallery. We'll now consider item EX 25-94, 2026 budget submission, Provincial Capital Commission. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Can I have someone move the report? Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Mr. Anderson, sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair. The City of Regina works with several service partners, including the Provincial Capital Commission. You have heard from the PCC today detailing their 2026 business plans and 2026-2027 grant requests. The deliberation and approval of the PCC's grant request is undertaken as part of City Council's consideration and approval of the 2026-2027 general operating budget. As a result, once discussed today at the Executive Committee, the PCC's budget submission is referred to the 2026-27 budget process for future deliberations by City Council at its December 17th, 2025 budget meeting. The PCC is requesting total funding of $2.7 million for 2026 and 2027, which is the same as their 2025, 2024, and 2023 requests. Thank you, and we're open to questions.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Flores? Okay. Do you wish to speak to the report? No? Okay, thank you. Any questions from committee members on the report? Okay. Okay, I see that there's no, oh, sorry. Councillor Siklis?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I was curious if we could confirm some of the things we just heard from our delegation on the fact that the approvals have been done. How long have those been out? How long ago did we find out that we're okay to start this project?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yeah, so as mentioned, we've been working with PCC on the Speaker's Corner project, and we're in the procurement stage right now. And so hearing that they're all approved, that's great, and we're working to finalize that procurement. I don't know the exact month that we got the final approval, but it would have been in the last quarter, I expect.
Are the monies required to make this fix in our budget for next year?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, the money to complete the Speaker's Corner project is not part of the PCC budget. It's part of the utility budget, and it is in the proposed budget for next year.
And how long will it take to fix?
Through the chair, we're looking to have it completed by the end of 2026, but we are still in the procurement phase and negotiating with the contractors on if that's fully achievable or not.
And if it were to start, it would start when the weather improves after the winter, likely?
Through the chair, yeah, that's the approximate plan right now.
So just give us an indication of when this break occurred. Was it in June of 23?
Through the chair, yes, the stormwater pipe failed in June of 2023 during one of our large rain events.
Okay. And we had contacted the PCC back then, back in June of 23?
Through the chair, yes, we worked with PCC immediately and WSA. During the active emergency portion of it, we obviously reacted within hours to start stabilizing the situation because it was a significant emergency where there was risk to health and property of those homes around the Albert Street Bridge.
Okay, and that cost to us has been approximately what?
Through the chair, the cost of the immediate work of stabilizing the situation and creating that temporary pumping solution was around $1 million.
We're also renting pumps every year too, correct?
Yeah, through the chair. So the $1 million was to stabilize and to have a temporary system in place, and it's around $700,000 a year for those pumps that have been rented in 2024 and 2025, and of course we'll need them in 2026 until the project is completed.
Okay. Can you give us an indication of what some of these 38 steps are of the PCC's process?
Through the chair, I can't give you details. Those would be more questions from PCC, but it's they're involved in the design process from the beginning. So throughout the process, they approve kind of the concept and the I'll say pre-design, and then as you go further down it, there's architectural reviews and detailed design is ultimately approved by the PCC. So it's a process where they are involved with the entire design process.
Have we ever had a break like this before where we had to work with the PCC?
Through the chair, I don't recall a break like this, but we do work with them on other planned drainage projects. So we have another one right now that we have started construction on called the Al Ritchie Drainage Project. Same process we go through, but of course that's more planned and basically we know what's going to occur. We go through the design process, but an actual break like this, I don't recall one in the last 15 years.
I remember you characterizing it as an emergency. It's going to be 3 years after this emergency that we're going to get started to fix it. Is that reasonable? Is that something we should change? We should ask for some modification on in terms of our partnership.
Mr. Anderson? Oh, Mr. Nickel?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not an engineer, Councillor Siklis, but I believe it would be fair to characterize that what happened to those relevant properties in June of 23, that was the emergency. The work on Speaker's Corner is to address a long-term solution. And I think as you heard from the CEO of the PCC. There is a 38-step process. I believe those steps would be available for review on the website in terms of what they are. And those arose from provincial auditor recommendations. So I think in fairness to the PCC, they weren't thrown up there just to block things. There were bona fide reasons why that review was done by the provincial auditor some years ago, and that's why those 38 steps are now in place.
Thanks. I'll investigate those. Thank you.
Councillor Turnbull?
Yes, to the chair, and I maybe should have asked this question to the PCC, but I'll ask it to admin and maybe they'll know. With the relationship for the PCC with the partners, if the portion of the city of Regina went up, would the portion of the provincial government also have the other funding partners go up so it equals that same pie all the time? Is it?
Mr. Nickel?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The funding allocation, as I understand it, is set out in the legislation governing the PCC, which was mentioned at 55 for the province, 30 for the city, 15 for the university. But then it was also acknowledged that some of the partners do certain things on their own. And so my best answer to that is that is an agreed upon formula that is largely governing how things are operating right now. And to the best of my knowledge, for at least the last 12 years or so, the city's contribution, and in particular the universities, have stayed exactly where they have been at 800,000 and 2.71 million respectively. The province, again, it goes up a little bit, as was described before, because of a collective agreement. There's also times that the province is, at least it's my understanding and my belief, that they have done other things at times that aren't necessarily in direct funding, but maybe they put in new lights in front of the ledge building, et cetera, et cetera. There are things that are always going on that are still supporting it. But in terms of whether we up the ante and that would cause somebody else to go up or down, I don't think that would necessarily happen, and nor do I think that's the intent behind the parameters of the funding.
Okay, just for clarification. And then I guess with that sewer breakage, would you consider that a result of just deferred maintenance at our larger city infrastructure deficits? To the chair.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, yes, I would categorize it as deferred maintenance in our large diameter pipes.
Okay, and so to the chair and to our very wise finance administration, a 10 years ago budget to a now budget would be quite different if you were to include inflation, right? Like if you had the same funding that you had 10 years ago for today to deal with city infrastructure and staffing, that would be quite substantially different, would it not?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, you are correct. Obviously, inflation puts pressure on the costs of delivering all these services. I would say, though, looking at the PCC's numbers, they did accumulate an accumulated surplus of over $10 million at the beginning of 2024. So there would have been excess funds to create an accumulated surplus, which is why you can hold. Okay. So 10 years ago, I'm guessing revenues were higher than expenses, and therefore you can hold revenues constant as your expenses grow. I believe what the PCC is indicating is that accumulated surplus is going to be drawn down here for 2027 and going into 2028. And so they're signaling that those grant contributions are probably going to have to start going up because that accumulated surplus from 10 years ago is now being used up.
Okay. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say is that of everyone that comes to council, the PCC has such a modest ask and does a lot with what they have. And no, go.
I just wanted to add, Deputy Mayor, that it was a previous council, if not two previous councils ago, that had expressed some concern and reservation at this time during budget deliberations that the accumulated surplus at the PCC was growing, and the questions were raised as to why would you come to council or the other funding parties to request increases to your operating grant when you're sitting on this large savings account. I think years ago, the board of directors at the time took that to heart, and as Ms. Schrader explained, it's been drawn upon over the last few years with the full understanding and appreciation that that will run out eventually. So that's part of the reason why things were kept low, or at least kept status quo, because the city was, as one of the three partners said, some council at the time said we're uncomfortable considering an increase to your operating grant while you're sitting on this ever-growing savings account. So just some historical context for you.
Okay. Thank you so much for that context. But again, thanks to the PCC, Wascana is the jewel of our city, and obviously coming to council so thoughtfully with your requests and being so, I guess, not asking for anything is something else to behold. So thank you so much for what you do for our city, and it's such an important part of our city.
Okay, I see that there are no more questions. Councillor Flores, would you like to close debate?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to thank the PCC for their presentation and for sharing all the very thorough information about their budget, and also in advance thank them for giving us the heads up of a possible increase next year. I think that helps a lot with understanding what we might be looking forward to. But aside from that, as someone who is very active in that part of the city, I can attest to how much goes on in there, and I think keeping that investment well maintained and all the work that goes in there really does positively impact our city. So just really thank them and all the staff for doing such incredible work. It is a vast piece of land that has so much impact in our community, and I'm really grateful that we get to have that in Regina. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess at this moment, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Fro has temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Okay. I guess we'll consider, EX 25-95, 2026 budget submission, Economic Development Regina. I guess I would like to call upon delegation Darren Howden, Tina Holtby, Jen Pilsner, Economic Development Regina. Please, I'll wait till you come up. Okay, I would like to, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, what city or town you reside in. You'll have 10 minutes to address executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that committee members may have of you. Just getting things set up. Yeah. Okay, it looks like we're set up. I'll let you continue.
All right. Good morning. My name is Darren Howden, excuse me, Board Chair of Economic Development Regina, and joining me today to share the organization's vision for 2026 are our Acting President and CEO, Jen Pilsner, and our Manager of Finance Administration, Tina Holtby. Prior to this meeting, we submitted our 2026 budget letter, which outlines some of the many achievements the organization has made this past year, and more importantly, outlines priorities and budget considerations for the upcoming year. As you're aware, Chris Lane, our former CEO, left us to lead STEP in August. Now, the role of CEO is to ensure we have a good strategy and business plan in place, and then it's up to the team to deliver it. And we were very lucky that Chris ensured this was done prior to his leaving. So with Jen being instrumental in the development of the strategies and the team that's in place, we have been able to continue moving our deliverables forward. We are currently in the process of completing a CEO search with the plan to have the new CEO in place for early 26. And given the excellent work the team has done and the direction we're headed, the board is not looking for any substantive changes to the direction of the organization from the new CEO. The package you have, including the budget, has been debated, informed, and ultimately endorsed by our board. We're proud of the work completed to date, and more importantly, proud of the work EDR is about to do. And with that, I'm happy to turn the mic over to Jen.
Perfect. Thanks you, Darren. Through the chair, Your Worship Mayor Bashinsky, members of council and city administration, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. As Darren said, my name is Jen Pilsner, and I am currently the interim president and CEO here at Economic. How do I run this?
I think you just click. We're just getting things set up over here.
How do I click?
How do we work the clicker?
Got it.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. As a brief reminder, the City of Regina is EDR's sole shareholder, and we operate in accordance with a UMA that has been established between ourselves and the city. And so how does this work? So data and analytics is the foundation of EDR's business. Our relationships with partners and stakeholders help to set our strategic priorities, and these in turn support our work around investment attraction, talent attraction, and supporting our local entrepreneurial community. All of this helps build and achieve our long-term goals of growing the commercial tax base and population of Regina. This in turn fulfills our mandate, which includes delivering a high-level economic development strategy, business development and investment attraction, and marketing and promoting Regina for business and the talent needed to support business growth. And at the end of the day, we are Regina's sales and marketing agency. We are the voice of Regina outside its city limits. 2005 has been a transformative year for EDR. Building on the momentum of the past 2 years, we have deepened partnerships, expanded our reach, and delivered meaningful results for Regina's economy, residents, and businesses. I am pleased to share the following highlights with you. In January, we launched the Regina Prosperity Matrix, EDR's in-house matrix to measure the overall health of the GRA's economy, a first of its kind in Canada. We also published our State of Small Business Report, exploring the reliance on small business in Canada, Saskatchewan, and the GRA. In June, EDR published a report card of the state of the GRA economy, forecasting the health of the GRA based on key economic indicators and sector analysis. And in the last half of the year, our team has worked to identify new opportunities in the region, all based on industry demand. These include things such as a canola meal processing plant, indoor agriculture research and testing facility, and a beef processing plant. Our data tools not only aid in EDR's decision-making, they also serve members of the community well. With partnership from federal, provincial, and local business partners, EDR continues to lead the charge on attracting international business and investment to the region. Our work is based on market research to understand our key markets, building relationships and deepening connections with international trade offices, global affairs, and Invest in Canada, and proactively pursuing and developing investment attraction opportunities. Key activities this past year include the launch of a U.S. engagement strategy to support Regina-based businesses in export, trade, and innovation, including leading a successful mission to Denver this past spring. Participation in federal and provincial outbound missions to attract companies and foreign direct investment to the GRA and develop markets for local businesses, and hosting of international delegations in partnership with multiple levels of government. Our work supports the investment attraction strategies of the governments of Saskatchewan, Canada, and is funded entirely through partnership agreements with both the provincial and federal governments. Our investment attraction work is focused around our 3 established sectors. This is what Regina is known for and what we have a competitive advantage in. Our growth sectors is where we're beginning to gain some momentum, and we see significant opportunities for Regina to play in building out Saskatchewan's nuclear supply chain, aviation and aerospace, and Saskatchewan's resurgent film industry. To support business growth in the city and address Regina's labor market gap, EDR has launched a multi-year talent attraction strategy, encouraging interprovincial migration from Canadian cities with a higher cost of living. The strategy aims to fill high-demand jobs within the city and build a workforce to support new infrastructure and business investment. In late 2024, we launched liveinregina.com, a digital asset to guide decision-making rich in data to support Regina's value proposition. In this past year, we launched a paid media campaign in key markets where cost of living is a driver for interprovincial migration, a digital concierge service to support inquiries generated by our marketing campaign, and a marketing package for employers and partners to use to highlight Regina's quality of life, affordability advantage, and career potential to out-of-province applicants. EDR's talent attraction work is fully funded by the Ministry of Immigration and Career Training and our Grow Regina partnership. The startup community is well supported with the Connexus Cultivator and Sask Startup. EDR has identified a gap in helping high growth potential companies scale and keep their operations and head offices here in Regina. In response, EDR has launched Upscale, a new growth program aimed at second stage high growth potential companies who are looking to scale their operations in key sectors. The first cohort of this program kicked off this fall with 6 Regina-based companies looking to expand their operations, grow revenue, and increase jobs. Over the next 3 years, 18 Regina-based companies will participate in the program, which is fully funded by Prairie's Economic Development Canada. Another new initiative this year was the launch of the Regina 25, a community recognition program that fosters civic pride and creates an opportunity to collect, collate, and retell stories that make Regina special. This program was extremely successful with over 150 nominations submitted across 5 categories, 25 outstanding winners, and remarkable recognition and uptake across our community. So, looking ahead into 2026. Our budget ask from the City of Regina is $2.1 million, which is status quo. We are anticipating an additional $835,000 from partner contributions, which includes the private sector, the province, and Prairies Canada. For every dollar that the city provides to EDR, this allows us to unlock additional funding from multiple levels of government. So, what's our plan for next year? In addition to continuing our work that you've heard about previously, our focus for 2026 will be on 5 big moves. The first is on new business incentives. We will complete our work on the business incentive program in collaboration with city administration. This program will enhance Regina's competitiveness with other cities to attract, retain, and support existing and new local business and investment. For talent attraction, we will expand our talent attraction work to include market activations outside of Regina and building a workforce development program to aid employers with attracting, retaining, and reskilling workers to meet labor market demands. Entrepreneurs and growth. We will support local businesses with our entrepreneurship strategy, which includes launching cohort 2 of our upscale program. Regional economic development. We will begin to look at how we can collaborate with rural municipalities, Indigenous communities, and other urban centers across southern Saskatchewan. Sales and marketing. This involves working with partners to ensure alignment on Regina's marketing narrative to external audiences. And we will do all of this with the long-term goal of growing the commercial tax base. As the City of Regina's Economic Development Agency, we are dedicated to finding and bringing the people and workers here we need for the future, leading investment attraction work that supports the large-scale growth of the city, and supporting the growth and investment of small businesses and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, we're at our mandatory lunch break. We could continue, I guess, yeah. I don't see, okay, Clark, you got it.
I'll make a motion just to continue 15 more minutes. Carry on.
Okay.
If
Anybody opposed? I don't see that, so we will continue. Okay. Right now, I have Councillor Turnbull.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It is helpful to understand what you do, but I don't think I actually understand your key performance indicators, like what you can show as what you've achieved in the past year or so with, is there some examples or performance things that you can show how you help the economy or jobs? Like, do you have those somewhere?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, so EDR and the work that we do, we don't technically today measure it based on the sort of the measurable results you're looking for. Right now, we're really looking to sort of move the needle on a couple of key initiatives, which is on building our investment attraction relationships so that we can expand the contracts that local businesses can get from international suppliers, on our talent attraction work, which is really about filling the labor market gap that we have here, and then supporting our local business communities and growing their operations so that they stay in the city here.
How do you know if you're moving the needle if you're not measuring the needle?
Great question. Through the chair. So that this information we collect through our different conversations that we have with our partners. And so we start to understand how is that affecting their revenues. With our upscale program, we just launched that program this fall. And so we do have measurable results that we have to report back to Prairies Can in terms of the revenues generated for those organizations plus the jobs created. So those results will come in the coming years.
Okay, so that would be, I'm just going to try to summarize what you said, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. You had survey results, and that's going to result in some sort of revenue results and jobs created, and you'll have those as measurables at some point. You said through Prairie Can, is that correct?
Yes, so through our funding partner, we have to report those results back to them, and so we will be tracking that, but because the program just launched this past fall, we don't have those results today, but we will have those results in the future that we can report back.
Will you have those results before our budget time in December?
No, we will not, because this is a multi-year program, and these companies are still currently in the cohort 1 of the program, so they're not scheduled to complete until after budget deliberation.
Okay. And do you know if, maybe I'll ask administration this year, but Prairie Scan requirements, they correlate with some of our own measurables at the city? Like, are they the same, for lack of a better term, language? Like, are they the same programs and same measurables we might use for other things?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
So, like, the Prairie Scan deliverables, and you may not know the answer to this, which is fine. Do they interact with key performance indicators we may use for other programs at the city already, let's say with like our tourism numbers or anything like that? Or do they talk to Tourism Saskatchewan and Tourism Regina and all those systems out there that measure economic growth and investment? Because there's a lot out there. I was just wondering, do they all, I don't know, do they work cohesively?
Through the chair. So I can't speak for Prairies Can in terms of where they go and collect their information, but what I can tell you is that our team, we do have a pulse of what's happening on the economy. So we do produce a monthly economic brief that does measure things like vacancy rate, unemployment rates and inflation, and so we'd be able to track through some of that information. But if you're looking for sort of the measurable results and understanding how Prairies Can determine success of the program, we'd be happy to sort of get you that information at a later date once we have it.
Great. And you said you have a monthly economic brief with deliverables, so you do have those you could possibly share.
Yes,
correct?
Absolutely. And so all of that information is shared on a monthly basis, I believe, with all councillors, and it is readily accessible on our website. If that's something that you would like, we'd be happy to send it along again.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the challenge is trying to be too precise on your question, Councillor. So what economic development does, and for example, like in the report here, we have 25 new qualified leads of businesses that are looking to move here. Where we get hesitant to give a specific what did we do is we get them here, but then there's a whole bunch of other factors and players that are involved in whether they close or not. So how many did we just on our own do? It's hard to say. How many did we bring to the table that was an opportunity? We can measure those things, but to say that just because of us it turned into this number, I think that's where the challenge is to give you that precise of an answer. Yeah, so I'm yeah.
Do you know how other economic from other cities must also encounter this? Because, like, I guess what you're saying is you could be the airplane that brought the person here, but you don't know why they stayed.
No, we know why they came. But yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair. So you're right. Other economic development agencies across the country do have some of those measurables that you're looking at. One of our biggest challenges is that when we're out there selling and promoting Regina, is we're selling our value proposition of what we have here, but we really lack some sort of incentive for businesses to choose to come here or choose to stay here, which is what has led to our work for our new business incentive program with city administration, which is basically a sales tool when all other things remain consistent between two cities. This would give us a leg up of why somebody should come and set up their business here or expand their program here. So without that program in place, it's really hard for us to set those sort of targets and measurable objectives that you're after, because we're not actually in a position based on our UMA to sort of make deals on behalf of the city of Regina.
Is that something you could work towards with City of Regina to like actually come back with some, hey, this is what we've done for you?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair, we've actually put together a proposal recommendation that's actually sitting with city administration for review and comment before we formally bring that forward here to council for review and recommendation.
Okay.
So that's a part, or one of our first focuses in our plan for next year.
Through the chair, we do have key measures and measurables, so it's not like we're running around completely loosey-goosey here. But so we could share those at a later date, like the measures that we do run the organization on, for sure. I don't have those available to me, but absolutely we have key performance indicators and OKRs as well that we run with.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it could be me in a I Love Regina shirt going
100%.
to somewhere and being like, I love Regina. And I do that. But
so what?
But without measurables,
Correct.
how do you know how many people
Correct.
I have brought to Regina?
Correct.
So through the chair, I can share with you that, over the last 3 years, we do generate different leads for business attraction to the city. And currently we have about 15 active leads in the pipeline that sometime in the next 12 months we'll be looking to set roots down here in Saskatchewan. And that's all based on the work that we have done over the last 3 years.
And do you have any, I guess, example stories of a company or stuff that you worked really hard on this year that, like, maybe it's not a KPI, but do you have something you're extra proud of or something that you've achieved this year you'd like to tell us about?
Yeah, absolutely. So in this past spring, EDR put together a mission to Denver to sort of, there was a couple of reasons for doing that, to support the new air traffic or the new air service between the cities, as well as to create business connections for our community. So we took 12 partners and businesses with there on this multi-day mission to interact with opportunities down south. And so a few success stories have come out of that. The first one is we connected with some individuals at the University of Colorado, and they put on an annual Global Ag Summit every year. And so Regina is the potential host city for that summit in 2027, which will bring together researchers and scientists from across Canada, the US, and Mexico to our city for a 4-day conference. And the RHA was a part of that mission down to Denver. And so this is a lead for a business event that they picked up and that we're supporting in bringing to Regina, as well as our other partners here. Some of the businesses were manufacturing companies that we brought with us to Denver, and they have repeat business trips now planned to the region based on different connections that they made down there for business relationships and contracts to increase their revenue here back home in Regina. So this is the type of work that EDR does on the investment attraction front to grow our commercial tax base here in the city.
So that leads me to another question, because your example, sorry, your example is bringing a conference back, but typically that is through our tourism where we have our attraction of conferences and things here. So do you work with tourism to bring in these conferences, or are you after businesses and investments? Because I'm not sure if I saw conference events on your list here.
Correct. We support the RHA and Tourism Regina on attracting business events to the city. And it's because we put this mission together that the RHA was able to get the lead for this specific event. Had we not put this mission together and taken them down with us, this is an event that would not have landed here in Regina. So when we go on these missions, we are looking to support the needs of our partners. So whether they be a government entity, whether they're the RHA or a local business that comes with us in helping fulfill what their needs are in attracting what is a lead to them.
So an event is kind of like a secondary result, possibly?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have an example of like a business venture that you maybe brought here and not an event?
At this time, through the chair, I don't have a specific example. We do know that we do have about 15 active leads in the pipeline who will be looking to make announcements in the province within the next 12 months. So those will be great examples to showcase the work that we've done over the last 3 years.
Yeah, through the chair, we can't share the specifics because of some NDAs and obviously things like that. But yeah, there are businesses that we're actively pursuing.
Okay, so you're in the pursuing stage with them right now, but you don't have one, like you don't have one over the line just yet.
Through the chair, that is correct. However, if that is information that you're wanting to learn a little bit more about our investment attraction work and some of the types of organizations that we're talking to, we're happy to set up a separate briefing outside of exec council where we could walk any of city council through sort of what our plans are, what's the specific work that we've been doing over the last couple of years, and what's the potential of coming through the city.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and I do appreciate that additional key performance measurables you will get for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we still have a few people here who want to ask questions, so I think we'll take our mandatory lunch.
Okay.
And we'll reconvene at 1:15. Okay. Chair will call meeting to order. Thanks. I have to put a video up of Terry Tate, the office linebacker. Councillor Bezo?
I think Councillor Chauvin was first.
No, I was not.
Would you,
The queue is indicating that you're first.
okay, would you like to go first, Sean? No? Okay. Okay, Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you for coming here today. Looking at your report, I'm going to say we're almost stuck in a deja vu moment from last year. We heard kind of the same speech that we heard, and it's very good, very well put together. Last year we talked about the lack of incentive targets or lack of incentive programs. We had that discussion last year. We talked about KPIs that were to be developed to be presented this year, which were not. We were also talking about, the fact going out to Denver or different trips, different trade shows, and not coming back with that purchase order is part of, I'm going to say, my decision on kind of questioning the EDR processes and the roles. So I know you're going to come back here in another 6 weeks approximately. I'm going to ask you for this specifically, is my ask. We asked you last year for KPIs. That was a year ago. So there's more than enough time to put together the KPIs. Now, what I'm looking at from that sales perspective is who did you talk to? What is your leads? Who are you coming back with? What are you guaranteed that's coming into the city, if anything? When we talked about lack of initiatives, right now, we don't know what that is. That's an open whiteboard. So if I said, what is the lack of initiatives? You're going to tell me a different story, that we can't land 747 airplanes here, so we can't bring big business in, or something to that effect. But what are we doing internally? What are we doing within the boundaries of Regina? What are we doing with the boundaries of the RM, I'm going to say, to ensure those incentives are here? So you haven't come back with a policy or policy-driven decisions to state, hey, you know what? If we do a tweak to a policy, taxation policy, business policy, any kind of policy, we can have, I'm going to say, company ABC expand their business here. So we haven't seen that yet. KPIs and targets. So when we were talking about the KPIs, right, we need to know what you're doing. We can't say EDR brought Cargill here at all. We know the government of Saskatchewan had a big hand in it, but what did EDR do? It's not even in City of Regina. So we need to know what you're working on, who you're contacting, what you need for the incentive programs to bring the businesses to Regina. We are around this table having some very tough conversations in 6 weeks. We need data-driven decisions. Right now, I see a report asking for money, but I don't have data to substantiate the ask. So, no time to comment here from your perspective, but in 6 weeks, in order for me to say yes to your request, we need this in place.
Yeah, I can. Thank you. Through the chair. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. If my memory does serve me correctly, I believe Chris Lane did come here last year and speak to exactly what you had recommended there. Our team is currently working on putting together our measurable results or KPIs, that, as you refer to them, going ahead into next year. With Chris moving on, We've been delayed a little bit in getting those together for this meeting, so I do apologize for that on behalf of our organization, and I will commit to bringing something to council in 6 weeks' time so that you do have an understanding of that. We have made some progress on the business incentive program based on what Chris had brought forward last year as sort of an opportunity for the city, and that work is happening in collaboration with city administration, and we have put forth a recommendation for their review to make sure that we're both on the same page and what we're putting forward will actually work for city admin as well, and then that will be coming forth here. So that work is already well underway. We just are not bringing it forward today for review, but that is something that will be coming in the very near future.
Councillor Radens?
Okay, so I'm going to not reiterate my questions regarding KPIs and bringing that information forward because you've already committed to doing that. Though my question is, like, in your upscale, you had mentioned that you have 6 new companies that are ready to invest in Regina, or you're working on, I guess, and then 18, you support 18 Regina-based businesses here. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair. So just for clarification, those are not 6 new companies coming to Regina. Those are 6 existing high growth potential companies already in the city. And by investing in their growth, we're ensuring that they stay in Regina to do their operation expansions and they're not leaving the city to go elsewhere. And so this is a 3-year program. So 6 companies per year over 3 years that will go through this multi-year program, and through that program we are investing in what they need in order to grow, but then also going through an education process where they do have the opportunity to interact with different service providers, from professional services to the other companies in the city, to learn what they need to do in order to grow and expand.
Okay, and so I guess what I'm looking for then is the good news story. If you have like a success story that you can actually share with us in reference to perhaps, let's say 3 years, 5 years, I'll give you like an expansion if you have that information today, great. If you do not, then I guess my expectation would be before budget. And so do you have some examples?
So this program just launched this past fall. So the companies are still cohort 1 companies. They're still sort of going through their programming of the support that they're receiving. So coming back in the fall, we definitely could talk about the support that they've received along the way and the projected impact that that support will have on Regina's economy. But I don't have that information readily available for you today.
Okay, that's fair. So then I'm going to still hold to the question of if I'd like to have a success story, right? So over the last 5 years. So because I see that your presentation is great and you use a lot of fluffy language. And so, but what I'm looking for is tangibles, because this community wants to see tangibles. What are we doing actually to grow our community, grow our city, and have that economic development that this organization promises? So can you please give me some examples, because few folks have asked around this table already and you have nothing. And so I still question a few things, but I'll be fair to give you the opportunity to answer that.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So I don't have any specific examples top of mind that I could share with you today, but I definitely could bring some of that information back in December when we come. Our upscale program is a brand new program that we've launched out in market, and we've spent the last year building it in order to bring it out. So we can talk about that work today. If you're looking for examples from the past 5 years, I could go back to the team and find out that information and bring it back.
Councillor Flores?
Thank you. Through the chair, your report highlights an investment in attraction pipeline. You mentioned 25 net new active qualified leads. I know the program is new, so you can't really speak on what's new. However, looking at past performance, what's EDR's historical conversion rate between qualified leads to final concrete investment in Regina?
Thank you. Great question. Through the chair. So just for clarification purposes, the upscale program that we were referring to before, that's about investing in companies that are already here. Our investment attraction work is working with companies who don't already have a presence here in Regina. And a lot of that work is about us, right. And a lot of that work is about us creating connections for the local business community for investment to come in. So in referring to our 25 net new qualified leads that are sitting in the pipeline, so our pipeline, there's different levels in our pipeline in terms of the level of readiness to invest into the community, and this work has just started 3 years ago. So before then, EDR wasn't as active in generating leads into a pipeline. We actually had to build the pipeline from scratch. And business development work and investment attraction takes multiple years in order to build relationships with companies. There's multiple site visits back to the city to understand if this would be a good fit for them. So while we were close to about 15 of those 25 active leads making an announcement sometime in the next 12 months about selecting a site in the province, we don't actually have a concrete example that we're able to share today due to competitive intelligence.
All right. So I understand the not being able to share things that have not been announced. That makes sense to me. But can you name any specific businesses that have located or expanded in Regina as a direct result of any of the work that you've done? Not necessarily just this project, but just in general. Because I think that's been across the table. What we're all wondering is, give us something.
For sure. For sure. Through the chair. So I can speak, we went on a recent mission to the UK just a couple of months ago in the defense sector. And as part of that mission, we took 4 manufacturing companies from Regina with them. One of them is ProMedal Industries here, which is an Indigenous owned company. And at that mission, we were able to create connections for those 4 manufacturing companies for contracts to expand their business, especially in the defense sector, which we know is a priority now for the Canadian government. And so while I don't have a specific dollar value of what those contracts amounted to, I'm being told by my team that it is in the billions of dollars based on that trip. And those connections happened because EDR has connections with international offices and global affairs, and we were able to get those individuals into meetings they wouldn't have otherwise been able to get into. So a lot of our work is really about connecting local business community to opportunities and facilitating those discussions, and then we sort of step back and let the sales transactions happen.
All right. So would it be a fair ask to, of course, not, these are questions that are just coming at you, but for when you come back, to be able to provide specific examples of all of those things, where there is connections to businesses, as you mentioned, but also I think there's an expectation from the report that you bring. Is it a fair ask to say, can you give us a list of those things so that we can answer to residents when they ask about why this is funded?
Yes, absolutely, we can do that.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. In terms of your talent acquisition campaign, you mentioned that it generated about 10 million ad impressions, and that resulted in about 32 requests for informations. Do you have any data on the number of actual individuals or families that have moved or relocated? And if you don't, what will be your process to measure and track that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off. So through the chair. So yes, you're correct. Our talent attraction work, we are just in the process of launching it out the door. And so yes, our first campaign was quite successful. We did have sort of 32 great connections that sort of reached out to us, and we linked those people with potential employers in the city. So we do not have results yet on whether those individuals have moved to the city. However, we are working with all of our partners to sort of gather that data and sort of understand, first of all, did the individual that reach out to them, did they reach out to them for a job that was actually open? Was it for the correct industry? Were they actually serious about working for their company, were they a good potential fit? And then we can sort of understand if some of our information actually helped guide that decision. So it's a little bit more of a conversation back and forth rather than sort of writing a survey at the end of the day and the lay of the land here in Regina and the different supports available to them, and then refer them on to the appropriate organizations.
Thanks, Jen.
Councillor Turnbull.
Yes, sorry, I got some follow-up questions from some of the other ones. You keep talking about your upscale high growth program and supporting other businesses. Are you supporting them by giving them grants or money, or how is the support? Like, what was the definition of support?
Yeah, great question, and through the chair. So we're doing both. So each company in our program, so each of the 6 companies receives $10,000, and this is funded by Prairie's Economic Development Canada. So this does not come through any of our partner funding or through the city core funding that we receive. And so there's an application process for those companies to go through to sort of identify what the growth opportunity is. And then that money is being put towards identifying and providing services to support that growth. So for example, maybe one company needs some help with strategic planning and sort of figuring out how do they enter into international markets or obtain international contracts as a part of their growth. And so then we would connect them with the recommended service provider in the city, and then that transaction happens between the company and the professional service provider. So that's one part of the program. And then the other part of the program, we do some education and training. So we bring those companies together to offer different webinars and in-person sessions where we can essentially do some professional development. Sometimes it's leadership training, sometimes it's about goal setting, strategic planning. So what are those commonalities between these 6 companies here, as well as this program is supporting 6 companies in Saskatoon as well. So we're offering this in partnership with our sister organization in Saskatoon, Sarita. And so collectively we have 12 companies going through this program, which allows for economies of scale when offering some education and development for these high growth potential companies.
Okay, so that's 6 companies at 10 grand a piece, so like $60,000 or something like that?
Per year,
Per
yes.
year. Okay, and some education.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, so we give just over $2 million to give out like some education and $60,000, like, so,
yeah.
So, okay, I won't, and then I guess, you also were talking about defense quite a bit. Is defense contracts and stuff not like Canadian, like federal defense? Is that not out of our lane a little bit for defense contracts?
Great question, through the chair. No, it is not out of our lane at all. We have companies, advanced manufacturing companies here in Regina that already are doing work in this sector, and there's an opportunity for them to expand and do even more. So we have companies here like Pro Metal Industries who already have contracts with the Department of Defense to manufacture for their needs. So this is an emerging opportunity here that I think Regina is very well positioned to take advantage of based on the maturity of our manufacturing sector here.
So it's not defense, it's the things that support defense, like metal industries and stuff.
Through the chair, yes, 100%. So we are manufacturing the components to support.
Yeah, so like the products of the defense industry, not the actual defense industry.
Correct.
Okay, good clarification there. It's confusing. And then I did want to ask you for a little bit more homework. Sorry.
It's okay.
So when you come back with some of your measurables and stuff, you were talking about the people. If you could have like some reference letters or delegations of like how you've actually helped some of these businesses, whether they're from this upsell program or something else that you've helped business. I think it would be really impactful if we actually saw some company names or some words from them, like as a delegation, to be like, yes, they helped us, and just really showcase what you're doing. Because right now it's not extremely clear And that doesn't mean you're not doing the work, it's just not communicated quite right just yet.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely, we can do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Much through the chair. Appreciate the document and the work you do. I guess my first question, just looking at the budget to the forecast that's been provided, I noticed that the revenues aren't quite lining up to the budget. Falling a bit short. Usually that's an indicator from the partners, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe a change in the programming and the planning. Can you just touch on that so I can kind of see how the numbers fit together with what you guys have been talking about?
Can you hear me if I speak here? Through the chair, yes. So what we've seen for 2025, and we're expecting it to continue into 2026, is that we have received we have seen a reduction in our provincial government funding that we've been receiving, as well with our CEO's departure. That has put a pause on the sales for our Grow Regina partnership program. So we expect once we get our new CEO in place and they're up to speed, that will continue. So that's what you're seeing in our 2026 budget, why that's declined slightly.
Okay. Having sat on ADR in the past, I noticed in your presentation that the GRA term comes up quite a bit, Greater Regina Area. Mm-hmm. So can you just elaborate on that for a second, just so there's clarity to it?
Absolutely. Through the chair. So the Greater Regina area is the city of Regina plus the surrounding area that we sort of work with to understand what are the opportunities that we could bring to the region. So it's not just focused on in the center of the city, but sort of what is the surrounding areas and how can we work together, which is sort of one of our big 5 moves for next year. Number 4 was regional economic development. So which is really building on some of those relationships we've developed and how can we take them further outside of the city limits and sort of cover most of the southern part of the province. We do have an MOU in place working with the Herbert Group out of Moosomin, Saskatchewan, and the Herbert Group invests quite heavily into the area, and so we've started to talk about how could we move Regina more into to be the center of sort of a larger economic development area, and how can we sort of work together for the betterment of everybody.
And so just so I understand this correctly, the province is withdrawing some of its sponsorship. Some of the business you mentioned, Red Leaf Pulp and Paper, a great employer, so important, so happy you guys were able to land that. Pro Metal, like a talented tradesman in our area, great manufacturing. I'm sure many residents of our city work at Pro Metal, but many of the businesses you're naming aren't actually taxpayers to the city of Regina who funds you. Do these other municipal entities ever come back to help make you whole for the prosperity you're bringing them? Like I'm thinking like the RM of Sherwood has great tax collection from like Pro Metal or Brandt or some of those businesses that we support. Do they ever come help make up the shortfall we have in funding you guys?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I actually don't know the answer to that question. If that's something you would like the answer to, I definitely could bring that back in December.
I think that as we go forward, and having been on EDR before, I understand the importance of the GRA and how big that is to our whole area. I understand the importance of the provincial plan for prosperity and how important that is to enact. But what I don't understand is how the limited people who reside within the borders of Regina have to pay for all this prosperity for southern Saskatchewan. And I think we have to rectify that partnership. And I'd like to speak to that if I could. So to understand that, I think would provide some of those answers. Your work is so important. It brings so many jobs and so many opportunities. We're forced as a council to come here and fight over the pennies on the dollar of a massive budget to find funding for you to do this work. And in the end, the benefit to the coffers aren't for the tax savings of the residents that I represent. It's often for our borders and the people beyond our borders because they're part of our area, our neighbors, and part of our prosperity. I think if we're going to be successful, I need some of those answers coming forward so we can actually address it properly, especially with the loss of provincial investment, because now we're back to residential taxpayers of Regina footing the commerce of southern Saskatchewan. And I don't think that's fair to the people I represent. So I appreciate your work. I appreciate the GRA viewpoint you've taken, because it's the only way to do business. But I think as a councillor representing my residents, I need a bit of help to find some funding answers so they're not the only ones funding you guys. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, I see no further questions. I guess I'll say thank you for addressing Executive Committee, and please ask you to return to the gallery. We'll now consider item EX 25-95, 2026 budget submission, Economic Development Regina. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, through the chair. The City of Regina works with several service partners, including Economic Development Regina, or EDR. You have heard from EDR today detailing their 2026 business plans and the 26-27 grant requests. The deliberation and approval of the EDR's grant request is undertaken as part of the City Council's consideration and approval of the 2026-27 general operating budget. As a result, once discussed today at Executive Committee, the EDR's budget submission is referred to the 26-27 budget process for future budget deliberations by City Council at its December 17th, 2025 budget meeting. The EDR is requesting total funding of $2.1 million for 2026, which is no change from 25, and $2.2 million for 2027, representing a net increase of $772,500 over 2026. We submit this for your review and are open to questions.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Mancinelli? Okay, do you wish to speak on the report?
Sure.
Okay.
I made my comments kind of the delegate instead of a question there. Sorry about that. I hope the delegates didn't take that as towards them. I think that the work done is very important. Looking at Regina in the area in the context of a viewpoint from 2025, this is a regional effort. I don't find it fair that the city, as the borders proper, are the ones funding it. I think that the arguments we face at budget time are amplified because of that. And looking at status quo budgets with bigger obstacles to overcome, just trying to keep it affordable, to keep it afloat, isn't really looking for innovation, success, and good outcomes all the time. So when my words come across crossly, it's because I believe in the work that needs to be done. And I know that it just can't be the residents of Regina funding Southern Saskatchewan. I wish I had the opportunity to put the burden on someone else and take away the good outcomes and talk about the, the great things achieved. I know how much hard work goes into doing that and what you guys have done, so I do appreciate it. I hope my words weren't taken negatively in that aspect. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Any questions from committee members on the report? On here. Okay. Sorry. Councillor Flores?
Thank you. Through the chair, if council feels that perhaps there is more questions that need to be answered before we approve anything, in terms of the process as to the ask that's coming today, this is just a receive on file because their ask will come during budget time, correct?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor. So this is just a preliminary view through the committee, and then it gets referred to December 17th meeting.
What would happen if this is not, this report doesn't go through? Would they come back with, what would be the process?
Oh, okay. Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Chair, the committee could refer this back. They would need to provide some instruction as to why they're referring it back. And depending upon what that additional instruction is, then yes, they would potentially come back with the additional information. The other option that the committee could have as well too is if it's just additional information that you're looking for, the information can stay as is. and direction could be given that you would like supplemental information provided, additional information that would be brought forward at budget time in addition to the information that you have today.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, I agree with Councillor Mancinelli in terms of there's a lot of hard work that goes, and I've had the opportunity to chat and meet with a lot of folks from ADR, so I know the intent is there. But just thinking back to last year budget deliberations, we're having similar questions, and at that time I felt like I got answers, but not really answers in terms of like the specifics. And when it comes to economic development, I feel like this is one of the areas in which for us it should be pretty clear cut to be able to get stats, to be able to get specific deliverables that have been achieved. And I no doubt, like I do think that this is something good for our city. I think it's a good investment. I just feel like as of now, like EDR has been around for a really long time. It's not, these projects that we spoke of today, they're newer, but there's other work that has happened, I believe, for about a decade now. So I was a little disappointed to not be able to get at least one name or at least one thing, one success story. So while I support having an economic development arm and to be able to fund this, it is a little bit disconcerting to when we have these meetings and we have this opportunity to come and really talk about all the successes that happen when we fund these initiatives, to not get one thing. And it's tough for me to be able to defend this investment when we're looking at an increased mill rate, potential increased mill rate. So I really hope that when we do come back at budget time, we will have that information, because I think it's important for the residents to know where this investment goes. And as Councillor Mancinelli says, like, we are seeing that jobs are created and things are happening, but to just get the abstract of it and not specific examples makes it really hard as a city councillor to be able to stand and defend this investment without being able to speak to specific things. And I don't think that that's fair to you guys either, because we might not say the correct story about what's going on, but without the information from EDR, we can't relay that story. That's all for me. Thank you.
Councillor Turnbull?
And to the chair, to the administration, between EDR and our services, do we have duplications? Are there any efficiencies to be found between the two? I know with tourism, for example, with the event attraction, are we doing some duplication between the two?
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Through the chair, I can speak to the tourism and event attraction piece specifically. I would say no, there is no distinct duplication. Where they talk about supporting event attraction, that might be in finding events, making connections, introducing us to potential events. But when it comes to actually bidding on and winning those events, the bulk of the work is done between us, the Regina Hotel Association, and Tourism Saskatchewan. And then also whichever local organization is going to help host the event. So depending on if it's volleyball, it might be a local volleyball organization or whatever the case may be. The work then is to develop a bid document and find funding sources. And EDR generally isn't involved in the development of the bid document nor the funding of that. So I can only speak to that piece of it. I'm not sure if anyone else wants to speak to the other lines of business.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, yes, on the ECDev side, we don't have a robust staff here. We sort of have a conduit through Mr. Jedlick's area, and we work with EDR when there are any opportunities brought forth to ensure that we can efficiently get people at city administration to help on those bids. Could there be some efficiencies found? Possibly, but I wouldn't be able to comment on that today.
Okay, and I guess to the chair, this is for tourism again. So there's the egg event. Have they helped you get other events as well?
Thank you. Through the chair, I don't have any specific examples of leads they've provided to us recently. I could add, though, we have activated at events together, and I would say that wasn't a duplication, but rather a partnership. So there's been 2 or 3 recently where we've partnered, we've used their booth, we've both had staff there, and we've jointly activated. I think Farm Show was a recent example, and there would be a few more that I could follow up with if you needed.
Okay, and then I guess there would be just basic administration efficiencies if it was under one roof and things like that, possibly.
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, correct. The EDR doesn't have a very large staff, but we could look into potentially amalgamating some things and to find some savings there.
And to the chair, what would be, I guess, the pros or cons? I realize I'm throwing this out there for the first time, but what would be the pros or cons to possibly, I don't know, bringing EDR back into the city like we did with Caesar?
Mr. Anderson?
Through the chair, so the pros would be that, you know, for some things we could definitely act quicker on if everyone was under one roof type of an idea. So there would be some efficiencies there. Obviously, a separate organization inherently has inefficiencies. I think that the con side of that, though, is I don't know what the other funding partners and the other funding revenues that they have, what the impact would be on that. So that would be something I'd have to investigate further, but off the top of my head here, the one benefit of having a separate organization is they're out finding other funding.
Okay.
City Manager?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The only other thing I'd like to add to that is, one is with respect to any potential efficiencies, we have to keep in mind the size and scope of EDR. It's not very large. So we're not going to reap $500,000 in efficiency savings. The second thing is, I'd respectfully suggest that any discussion about what we may or may not do with EDR moving forward in the future, I think is part of a separate discussion that would have to be held, keeping in mind that as under the MOU, EDR is a creature of the city. So I don't think that at this point in time, as Mr. Anderson reflected, we don't want to be running around talking about something like this without fully understanding the impact on the other partners that fund EDR. And again, keep in mind, it is an MOU. We have the MOU. We are the sole shareholder. So the prerogative does remain with us. I'm just not sure respectfully that today on this floor would be the appropriate venue to be speaking about a potential future change.
Okay. Thank you for that heads up. I appreciate that. I guess any more questions? Yeah, so I guess pending more information, it is a bit hard to see where this is heading, but we'll wait and see what comes forward in the future.
Councillor Fro.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's been some good discussion today. I just want to maybe provide a little bit of context that the city manager is alluding to. EDR, as an independent municipal corporation, has a board of directors with some of the most highly respected and impactful community and business leaders that we have. We most certainly would lose that volunteer leadership from those individuals, but currently we delegate authority within the parameters of our UMA to EDR, and by that I mean we ask those community leaders and the expert staff to do economic development, and we look at their business plan and we approve it and we pass their budget and we ask questions. And I think it's really appropriate for us. I think we've given them some good feedback today that if we have a belief that there should be a greater focus on the growth of existing businesses or startups, we can do that. We can also look at amendments to our agreement with them, given that we're the only shareholder. But I certainly believe that staff, particularly interim staff, has been working hard based on a business plan that you know, council and the city has seen and approved. So I think it's really healthy that every several years the Economic Development Authority and the city sit down and talk about what our shared goals and objectives are, and that we recalibrate and repivot because economies and priorities change. But I also think it's important for us to remember several really important things. One, the gearing ratio, or the money for every dollar that we give them that they raise in the community. There are investors outside the city, Hubert Grain and others, that invest materially into the organization. But two, it's that expertise that we get from community leaders that volunteer that I suspect we wouldn't get. So I think this is a really healthy discussion. And I think it's really important that EDR continue to pivot and recalibrate to advance our strategic priorities. But generally speaking, from what I've seen as someone that's built a career in economic development, it really is best practice to have your economic development agency independent of the City of Regina. And I think there's some great dialogue today. We can be accountability partners in ensuring that we continue to advance shared priorities. So that's all I have. I just wanted to share those 2 points. Appreciate the discussion today.
Okay, I see no further questions. Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to close debate?
No, I think I made my comments already. I'm good to go.
Okay, I guess I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
All right. Okay. All right. EX 25-96 2026 budget submission, Regina Public Library. I'd like to call upon delegation Joanne Havelock, Friends of the Regina Public Library. And please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Executive Committee may have for you.
Hello, my name is Joanne Havelock. I'm representing Friends of the Regina Public Library, and I live in Regina. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to comment first on a lot of good things reported in the budget report by the Regina Public Library. They've got lots of visits, they've got program use, Indigenous strategy is followed up on, and film screening attendance is up. I don't see any mention of Prairie History Room. Maybe we can ask questions about that later. The corporate aspiration is community and economy. And I kind of wonder, what about literacy? So there's a lot of things that are done, like job coaching, REACH, Law Society, Family Service Bureau, and the Science Center. But let's not forget about literacy. I'm very pleased that the library is continuing equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts. Safe and welcoming spaces is mentioned, redesigning the space for safety, addressing concerns before they become issues, which is really good. I'd like to see the feedback from the public about how effective those things have been. With regard to public involvement, $700,000 decrease in the mill rate was due to lower priority items, but no details are given. And reflecting on last year, if the RPL was asked to reduce their mill rate increase, now between now and December, they have time to go back to their board and look at some options. So I think that they might want to think about that. It was really good finally, after we've been asking for many years, that the branches are being looked at under the service points master plan. Again, what is the public input to that plan? Will it be released publicly or just acted on? And of course, Central Library. They talk on page 14 about new Central Library, and yet in other advertisements they say, oh, we're open to all options. And I find it a bit contradictory that they talk in one place about new Central Library and then not further options really delineated there. In 1993, ARNA made a design for an addition to the library, which is available at the archive. And that information has been forwarded to City Council. I think that that's a possibility, it's reasonable, and it should be done to preserve the historic heritage, modernist library building. RPL has been accustoming the public to a new build rather than repairing, which again is manufacturing consent. The recent request for qualifications for people to work on the library design talks about people to work on the shell for 125,000 square feet, as well as major building systems and extensive elements. What does this really mean? The library should be saying, we really want to preserve this modernist building. Come to us with a design that preserves it.
30 seconds left.
Okay. What about using other supplementary spaces in the downtown rather than destroying a heritage building? And finally, my little pet peeve, the definitions: library services, customer experience, service connection, or service innovation rather, and client services. What do those really mean? They're in the budget. We're supposed to accept them as information, but there's no definitions provided. So that's it.
Okay.
Good timing on my part. Thanks a lot for you guys listening to me again on the phone. And I look forward to the RPL presentation and any further questions.
Okay. Great timing. Thank you for your presentation. Do any committee members have questions of the delegation? I see no questions, and thank you for addressing executive committee. I ask you to please, I guess, disconnect from the meeting.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, I guess I would like to call upon delegation Marge Gavigan, Jeff Barber, Curtis Smith, Regina Public Library. Please, I guess I'll wait till you get seated. Okay, so please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and what city or town you reside in. I guess you'll have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of executive committee may have for you. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Marge Gavigan. I'm chair of the Regina Public Library Board, a resident of Ward 9 in Regina.
Jeff Barber, Library Director and CEO at RPL and also in Regina.
Curtis Smith, Executive Director, Finance and Strategy, resident of Regina.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Regina Public Library 2026 and 2027 mill rate requests for general library operations and to sustain the Central Library Renewal Project. So we'd like to start by looking at the general library operations mill rate. In 2026, we are requesting a library operations mill rate increase of 3.85%. That equates to about 0.35% of the city's mill rate in 2026. So that's $8.16 per year for the average homeowner, or about 68 cents per month. We're also bringing our 2027 budget estimate for in-principle approval. We are requesting 4.33% mill rate increase, which is 0.39% of the city's mill rate in 2027, and about $9.12 per year, or 76 cents per month for the average homeowner. The increases that we're requesting in 2026 and 27 are required to accommodate normal increases in the cost of doing business, improvements to our infrastructure, standard salary increases, and technology upgrades. For years, we kept our mill rate requests intentionally low, often too low based on what was required, as our commitment to reducing costs for taxpayers. We still commit to keeping our increases as low as possible, but like any common sense business, we have to budget to make ends meet. The library begins its budget cycle by reviewing existing operations and adjusting budgets as necessary to make the best use of funding. We also look for opportunities to reduce spending and find efficiencies where possible. We decide whether to discontinue outdated services or to reallocate resources elsewhere. From there, we look at potential new costs. We factor in necessary inflationary increases and costs to maintain service. We look at new ideas and suggestions from our leadership team and prioritize them based on organizational and community need. We're careful with our spending and seek to balance spending with the needs of the organization and our community. For example, the 2026 budget was developed through a careful review and selection of only the top priorities. While we began our budget process with a potential increase of 6.5%, we were able to whittle it down to 3.85%, a savings of over $700,000. And yet, by increasing our mill rate by this small fraction, we are ensuring relevant and timely library services can continue for our community. Services such as our weekly smudge and talking circle, where Indigenous and non-Indigenous customers learn Indigenous culture in a supportive space. And Culture Connect, a space for young Indigenous people to connect with local knowledge keepers and sing, drum, and dance. Services for people like Lori, who loved coming to the library but could no longer make the trip due to illness. Through our home delivery service, the world opened up to her once again. It supports people like Lily, a newcomer with a strong technical background and engineering degrees, but who struggled with her English, particularly during job interviews. After attending interview coaching sessions at the library, she was successful in landing the job of her dreams. The library serves the unique needs of many unique people. Even we aren't aware of all the ways we serve our community. The modest mill rate increase ensures we can continue to support our community through effective library service. So if we turn now to Central Library, we are excited. We have proceeded with the next step on the Central Library project. Our request for qualifications was issued on Sask tenders earlier this month, and we've already had some interested parties looking at the document. This fair and transparent process gives all developers the chance to demonstrate their ability to renew our public space. As per the approval of City Council in July of 2024, we are here to confirm the annual 5.5% mill rate to to fund Central Library renewal. In 2026 and 2027, this amounts to $11.52 per year. That's a 96-cent per month increase for the average homeowner. The special mill rate allows us to sustain momentum of the Central Library renewal project. These are funds we will use to repay the debt or make lease payments and fund some of the initial capital costs. It also provides direct support for the project itself, including this first step of releasing the RFQ. Continued funding through this annual special mill rate also shows developers and other partners that this project will continue to advance, and it will continue to be funded. Without the annual mill rate request funding, this project will have to be paused yet again. Our process of finding a developer before deciding on a design is somewhat unique, but consistent with a public-private partnership. It's a fair and equitable process, which is critical for a public enterprise that's funded primarily by taxpayers. We are looking forward to seeing what developers suggest. Until then, no decisions have been made, and we are open to all proposals. In summary, for the low cost of $1.64 per month in 2026, the average homeowner will continue to receive excellent library service, and they will be on the path with us toward a renewed downtown library. That's less than a cup of coffee a month. It's cheaper than a can of pop, a chocolate bar, or a package of sour candies, and it's probably better for you. I want to thank our City Council for understanding the importance of this project and for not pushing it aside for future council to deal with. You've been handed years of infrastructure challenges, and you're acting on them. Thank you for ending the endless delays. Thank you for your vision and understanding of what a modern central library can do for our community. And thank you for recognizing the importance in downtown revitalization. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I can't wait to see construction cranes in downtown Regina. We are your good news story. We are your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just looking here, do any committee members have questions of the delegation? I don't see any here right now. Okay, so I guess I'll say thank you for addressing executive committee. I'll just please ask you, oh, we have one. That was late. Okay, Councillor Turnbull.
Well, I was just seeing if anyone, I just feel like I've talked a lot. Okay. But I do actually have a question. Thank you for going out for your RFP and getting that out there and to all 20 of our viewers. Go apply for that RFP. So I did want to note, you do have money in your savings, correct?
We have money in reserves.
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Okay.
The chair, so we do have approximately $19 million in our reserve for this project, which helps obviously pay for it, but also reduce the amount of debt that we need to borrow.
Okay, so earlier today in council, we had the PCC come present to us, and they have money in their savings, and they were told to use that savings before coming for an operational increase, and so they haven't come to City Council for an operational increase in over 10 years because they were told to go to their savings first. And so this is about your operational mill rate increase. So I was just wondering, in that same vein, would you be able to go use that for your operational increase, much like the PCC has been doing for 10 years?
Yeah, so I can speak to that. Thanks for the question through the chair. There's a couple principles there that we have to be careful of. In my view, is the reserve is a one-time funding source, and the mill rate is an ongoing funding source. So if we use the reserve to fund salaries, for example, we're going to need a much higher mill rate increase than next year. So I think that would be our view on that, is we wouldn't advise our board of that and wouldn't recommend that.
And just, sorry, one addition to that. In terms of our central library reserve, The other challenge is the Central Library Reserve specifically is for Central Library. If we were to use that for anything else, it means that it's not there for Central Library in a procurement process that we've just begun.
Okay, so that $20 million is for Central Library earmarked for it. So do you have savings for general operations or anything like that, or just the Central Library one?
Yes, so thanks for that question.
Different reserves,
We do,
I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have roughly, I'm just going by memory here, around $1.5 million for that. But again, I would use the same principle,
Oh, yes.
right, on not using that for ongoing expenditures.
So there's the two reserves?
We have about 10 reserves. We have the Central Library, we have the operating one that I just told you about, and there's about 7 or 8 other ones that are specifically set aside though for specific projects that are needed.
Okay. All right. Those weren't in the presentation, right?
No, those would be in our annual report through the
Okay.
chair.
And they are, sorry, in the back of our submission, in the budget appendix, you can kind of see it in terms of there are transfers to and from reserves, so they are listed there as well.
Okay, I will take the time to look at that. I'm very excited for your RFP and what will come out of that. I'm just going to look at that the same lens that we've looked at our other partners who will be going to deficit, I think next year. And so just to try to be equitable between all of our municipal partners, to say you have to spend your savings and you get to keep your savings is something to consider. Yeah, so I don't know. So look at it.
Councillor Raditz?
For being here, and thank you for your presentation. So I have concerns in that when you say you have quite a huge reserve, and frankly, if you have 10 reserves and you're in the positives on those, I have concerns that we're here asking residents to, again, support you for operations. And so if we know that we are struggling as a city with our finances, and so I guess where I'm at is I have huge concerns in that we're doing that again, and so, or asking again when you have funding in place, and that's what the reserves are for. You need to figure out what your minimum is, what your maximum are, because we are. And so we need to look at those things. And so I think regardless of, I think you need to take it back to your board and you need to have a conversation, a deep one, in what you propose to come back with. And frankly, I've had residents that are hugely concerned about funding and funding and funding when you're sitting here telling me you have reserves funds. And we are at the minimum that the city on our reserves right now. So I think maybe we could borrow yours, or you can look at how you need to perhaps.
Councillor Raditz?
Is there a question?
Yes.
No.
You have a question.
Yeah, so my question is then, because you've already answered it, is can you not use your reserves for your operations in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so through the chair, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, I think, but respectfully, if we were to use those reserves for an ongoing expenditure, we would have to come back eventually, possibly the next year, with the exact mill rate to fund that expenditure, right? Because otherwise we're depleting the reserve. I think it's as simple as that. We got to be very careful funding ongoing expenditures with one-time reserves.
I guess, Councillor Fro?
I appreciate the context that the Central Library Reserve is intended to support the Central Library, particularly through renewal. I'm wondering if you could just briefly tell us what some of the other reserves actually do, what they're intended to do. That might help us understand the connection between why the reserve exists and what you use the funds for.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, great question. So through the chair, I'm going to go by memory for some of them, but I think our next biggest reserve is called the Branch Development Reserve, and that is to put funds away to renew, replace, and maintain those branches. And, you know, like the city, we are challenged to have sufficient funds in there to make the investments we need. So that's the importance of one of those reserves. There's another reserve that has about $800,000 in it, and it's going to be used right away here to pay for an automated materials handling piece of equipment to add efficiencies to the library as well. Fleet reserve, we put away about $30,000 into there every year. I think there's around $100,000 in there now. And again, that's so that we can purchase a vehicle without coming to council for a large mill rate ask, right? So a lot of these reserves are there so that if we get a large one-time item, we have to come to council for that mill rate ask. And so we're prudently putting money away every year into those reserves for a purpose. So that's just, I think, a few examples, Councillor.
Councillor Fro, you done?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, done that.
I guess I had a question. I was wondering, 68 cents a month for 2026, what does that work out, I guess, in terms of a budget, the end number for the library? What does that work out to?
Yeah, so make sure I understand your question through the chair. So a dollar amount that we get from that? Okay, yeah, no, that's a great question. So for that 3.85%, that's roughly, every mill rate we get around $270,000. So that mill rate, just for the general operations, is about $1 million.
How much, sorry?
$1 million.
About $1 million, so that would work, okay. I'm just trying to work backwards, just from, I guess what Councillor Ravens was saying. So, you know, if you have 19 million in reserve, then that'd be $1 million, so you'd be down to 18 million.
Yeah,
20,
but we'd have to ask for that.
Right.
We'd have to ask for 8% next year for the mill rate to catch up, right? So just,
yeah, I know.
That's all I would say.
Yep, okay, thank you. Councillor Radens.
Yeah, so just to clarify on the report, I guess that question was asked earlier about, is this a receive and file? Please, thank you.
Through you, Chair, this is not a receive and file. The recommendation in the report is that this submission be referred directly to the December budget deliberation consideration.
Thank you for addressing executive committee. I'll please ask you to return to the gallery now. Thank you. Okay. We'll now consider item EX 25-96, 2026 budget submission, Regina Public Library. I will ask a member of administration to please introduce the report. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, through the chair. The City of Regina works with several service partners, including the Regina Public Library. You have heard from the RPL today detailing their 2026 business plans and the 26-27 mill rate requests. The deliberation and approval of RPL's mill rate requests is undertaken as part of the City Council's consideration and approval of the 2026-2027 general operating budget. As a result, once discussed today at Executive Committee, the RPL's budget submission is referred to the City's budget process for future budget deliberations by City Council at its December 17th, 2025 budget meeting. With that, we submit the report for your review and are open to any questions.
Can I have someone move the report? Councillor Bazo? Would you wish to speak to the report?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any questions from committee? Any questions from committee members on the report? Okay, I see nobody. Councillor Bezo, would you like to close debate?
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Let's close debate.
I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Okay, can I just speak?
Yeah, so Ms. Ackerman?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, just to ensure that members are understanding what they're voting on today. This is to refer the submission to the budget deliberations. So members are not indicating that they are approving anything as far as a budget ask with respect to this today. This is just so that we could hear their presentation today, and you will have time to ask more questions at budget time in between, to do more research if you wish, and you'll be able to deliberate on this further in December.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Councillor Sequist, can you say your vote verbally?
No, the vote's done, isn't it? Oh, sorry, forgot to click. I'm waiting for the next vote, sorry. The one right after this one.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, can I have someone move a motion for private session? Mayor Bashinsky? I will, any opposed? Carried. And we need a motion to recess for 10 minutes. Councillor Bezo?